Norma, can you hear me?
I was muted. Yes, I could hear you, but now you're muted.
Muted anymore.
There you go.
Can we have a roll call, please?
Do you? Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Took me a second to remind myself. Vice Mayor Cesar Flores. No, he is present on Zoom here tonight.
You are muted again, Cesar.
I just unmuted myself.
Thank
Perfect.
you.
Here,
Thank you.
present.
Councilmember Scott Friels.
Here.
Councilmember John Freeman.
Here.
Mayor Leslie Jordan.
Here.
And noted that Councilmember Mary Edge is absent and excused this evening. So, Madam Mayor, we do have a quorum of the council present.
Thank you very much. I would like to now take a moment of silence and our city manager will take it away. Please speak into your microphone.
Thank you. Thank you. A dedicated public servant passed away unexpectedly in a car accident last Wednesday. This is Linda McIntyre, an attorney who was served as the city treasurer and then the city clerk, elected city clerk between 2007 up through 2014. She died at age 73 and her resume is quite detailed. She also worked with Wendy Cummings, who's on this call, our CPA, as the general manager for the Moss Landing Harbor District. She was a former elected official. She served several boards and commissions at the time, president of our local Chamber of Commerce. And I wanted to invite Wendy to say anything that she might want to add to our little editorial.
Good evening. Linda and I worked together for about 20 years with Moss Landing Harbor District, and this was for certain a shock, surprise, and she's been through a lot, and she's a very accomplished woman. And I'm sorry for the city of San Juan Bautista, and you lost an amazing citizen.
The council chambers are muted on Zoom.
Thank you.
Thank you. Public comment. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons desiring to address the council on matters not on this agenda. The law does not permit the council action or extended discussion of any item not on the agenda, except under special circumstances. If council action is requested, the council may place the matter on a future agenda. Do we have any public comment on Zoom?
Thank you for those who have joined us by Zoom tonight. If you would like to speak during public comment right now, please use your raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. For those that have dialed in, press *9. That will raise your hand. Once you are brought into the meeting, unmute yourself. That'd be *6 for those that have dialed in, and your 3-minute time will start. Again, if you'd like to speak under public comment, right now is the time to raise your hand by using the raise hand button or pressing *9. We have no hands raised at this time, Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor, I do have one public comment, and that's Mr. Steve Harris.
Thank you very much. Can we have public comment on items not on the agenda? You have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record.
Steve Harris, 705 First Street.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Steve.
Thank you. Well, in my wanderings about town in the last month since last meeting, I got a report to made and I put it in my lucky peachy here I found. still has a 17 cent price tag on it, so it's an old one. Anyways, one of the things that came to my attention is we have some Airbnb people that are in town here. They do Airbnb. They bring tourists to town. They bring people in to spend money in our town, in our businesses. One thing that's really bothering them is some of them have Airbnbs elsewhere in other towns. And what happens is the taxes for the city are included in their fees when they rent them, and Airbnb pays directly to the city. Apparently, it's come to my attention, I don't know if this is correct or not, that the city gets an individual bill from the people that after they rent the thing. It's like another step. And all the city would really need to do would be to contact Airbnb or wherever it is, one of those, and it could be included in the fee, and the city would be paid directly from the Airbnb people as things were rented, which is, the city's gonna get their money faster, and it's gonna be a lot easier for the people trying to do the business. So there's that. Other thing, let me see. The other thing is people would really like to see part-time or full-time, a sworn officer for the city of San Juan Bautista, if even part-time, to be available for our security people if needed. If there's something came up, they could be called, they could come in, and they could actually radio in tags, they could do like search for wants and warrants and things like that. It would be a sworn officer. It'd be a good place to start. I know, having a full-on police force would cost us a lot of money to start off with, but if we had somebody even part-time that had the ability to call in and get these things through the sheriff's office or through, the state, we just call in a license plate or something like that. So I would like the council to give that some thought. And with that, have a good evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other members in chambers? Thank you very much. Consent items.
Madam Mayor, I do have a hand that was raised here on Zoom.
Was it raised before we started the chambers?
No, it was not.
Thank you very much. Consent items. All matters listed under the consent agenda may be enacted by one motion authorizing actions indicated for those items so designated. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless requested by a member of the city, a staff member, or a citizen. Does anybody on the council wish to pull any items on the consent agenda?
Yes, I'd like to pull F and I.
Council member,
F and I.
got it. We're pulling F and I for council member Freeman. Thank you. Sorry, heard. Council member Friels.
Nothing for me. Thank you.
Thank you. I will be pulling C, E, G, H, K. Do we have anybody from Zoom that wishes to pull a consent item?
I do have a hand raised right now, and I do want to remind those who have joined us by Zoom, if you would like to request an item pulled from the consent, please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen or press *9. And I am bringing in Jackie.
Thank you very much. Jackie Morris Lopez, do you have an item that you want to pull?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to pull item F on the consent item list, please.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
Do we have any others?
we have no other hands raised at this time.
Thank you very much.
I'll start.
Wow, it's beating in my chest. Sorry, we had a low flying helicopter. Anybody in chambers that wishes to pull an item from the consent agenda? Thank you. May I have a motion on A, B, D? J, and L. Sorry, let me just go through that one more time. A, B, D. No.
Yep.
G, sorry, I'm pulling G. H,
Nope, you
I'm
pulled it.
pulling J and L, J and L. A, B, D, J, and L.
Mhm.
May I have a motion? Thank you very
So moved.
much. Motion by Councilmember Freeman. May I have a second, please?
I'll second.
Thank you very much.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Friels. May I have
Yeah,
a roll
Verity.
call, please?
Vice Mayor Flores,
Yes.
Councilmember Friels,
Aye.
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously by members present.
Okay, item C, adopt an ordinance to add section 704. 106 and 704-177 to the San Juan Bautista Municipal Code to authorize exemptions to subsection E1 and F and section 22500 of the California Vehicle Code regarding respectively parking in front of driveways and parking on sidewalks. This is the second reading. I guess my question was, did we have the first reading? And we did on last month's agenda. Yep, I saw that after I,
We did have first.
yep, I saw that after I just read it. Thank you. I apologize for pulling that one.
And it would, before we move on, it would be appropriate to have a separate roll call vote on that because it is the adoption of it.
Yes, understood. Thank you. Item E, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista accepting resignations and adding members to the Economic Development Citizens Advisory Committee. I pulled this item. I only have one page of the application, and the council has not yet had the opportunity to interview this person. What? Is Brian here?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Brian, do you have page 1 of that?
I don't know that I do. I have whatever is in your packet available right now. Let me see if I can find it. Hang on just 1 minute.
Same question. Sorry, Brian, I missed that.
Yes, hang on just a minute.
Thank you.
If I have the application here. Doesn't look like I have the application in my file. Hang on just, I'm going to mute myself just for 1 minute.
Is Deanna Snyder in the house? Or on Zoom? No. Brian, we can hold this over to the next agenda. Perhaps that would be a motion.
We can, we still have a quorum that we're operating with, and so we can. We'd like
Perfect.
to have
Thank you very
another
much.
member if we can, but
Accept her application anyway. I've read it and talked to her.
typically, in appointing the EDCAC members, in the past, city council hasn't interviewed the individual members.
And we only have half of the application.
Yeah,
Thank you.
okay.
So I have a motion on the table.
Do I have a second to the motion to approve this?
The motion, is it to approve the application, to approve the resolution, or is it to postpone? I'm sorry, I did not actually hear the motion. It's hard to hear on Zoom outside of you, Mayor.
The motion is to approve her application and to install her as a committee member on the committee.
So you're approving item 3E.
Yes.
Thank you.
Having no
And who's
second,
this individual?
Deanna Snyder. Having no second, this motion falls to the floor. We'll hold it over to the next meeting. We can go back to C and adopt an ordinance for the second reading of driveways and parking on sidewalks.
Need a roll call vote on item C, Norma?
Oh, sorry.
Do we have a motion by a maker and a second? I don't have a maker and a second on that.
We do not have a motion yet.
So moved.
Thank you very much. Motion by Councilmember Friels. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you very much. Seconded by Councilmember Freeman. May I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Vice Mayor Flores,
Yes.
Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
I didn't say anything, so I'm gonna say yes. Assessor said it twice, so
Yes, for me too.
thanks, Assessor.
Thank you. You're right. I did hear yes twice there. So I apologize, Councilmember Friels. So I do know Councilmember Friels did vote yes. So at this time I have yes from everyone, unanimous pass of members present.
Thank you very much. G, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista amending its personnel policies and changing section 511 other leaves policy in Rule X 10 leave, changing the title from administrative leave to management leave and changing the way it's calculated and administered. The reason I pulled this was for comp time. I thought that's what we hired everybody for. These are duties already required of the job. So I felt no reason to approve that.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your feedback. Appreciate that. As quoted in the staff report, our personnel rule 10 defines other leaves, and it defines administrative leave as leave to compensate employees who don't otherwise earn overtime for attending special projects, special events, weekend work, and essentially overtime. So it's already in the personnel policies. Would you like to remove section 511 from the personnel policies and remove administrative leave altogether? All we're suggesting in this cleanup, what I would refer to as a cleanup matter, is restating it and defining management leave as applying to managers. So those who otherwise get overtime or public works crew or our clerical staff, they're not eligible for this. And so what I try to do is further define management leave. And then basically it's difficult to administer because it accrues on a monthly basis. And the days in the months vary from month to month. So we're recommending that it be changed to accrual on a biweekly payroll basis. So on a per 80-hour basis, and that it'd be available to employees at the beginning of the year. Every year in December, we find ourselves, we don't accrue the leave for December until the 31st of December, but yet we're required to use it by December 31st. So I just wanted to reiterate that the Rule 10, Section 511 does currently define administrative leave as stated in the staff report. And all I'm doing is recommending the change to management employees, just defining what those are, and then making the program easier to administer. If you want a different report at the next agenda to remove administrative leave, we can do that as well.
Are there any questions, comments, or concerns from the council, council member? Sorry, Vice Mayor Flores.
The only comment that I have is that to me, administrative leave sounds like it's a punishment of some sort. Like, you know, when somebody on duty, a cop shoots somebody, they place them on administrative leave. So to me, it sounds like, you know, you did something wrong. The title just doesn't suit me.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Friels.
No questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you, Caesar, for helping clarify it, and I think it's a great idea, and we should move ahead.
Thank you very much. May I have a motion on 3G to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista, amending its personnel policies and changing section 511 other leaves policy in Rule 10 leave, changing the title from administrative leave to management leave and changing the way it's calculated and administered.
So moved.
So
Thank you very
moved.
much. Motion.
I second it.
Sorry, Cesar, you have a lag.
I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. Motion by Councilmember Friels. Do I have a second?
Yes, I second it.
Thank you very much. Seconded by Vice Mayor Flores. May I have a roll call, please?
Madam Mayor, we do have a hand raised by staff here on Zoom. Would you like to?
I
offer
apologize.
Comments?
Yes.
Okay, those comments before roll call?
I'm a little confused. This is Brian. I'm a little bit confused about where we are. So I apologize for that. With respect to the item regarding the Economic Development Citizens Advisory.
Brian, we're on 3G.
Yes,
We've already passed that one up.
all right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Flores,
Yes.
Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously by members present.
Mayor Jordan, I think a little bit of the confusion in the order of agenda is we skipped 3F. You wanted to pull 3F. You might want to go back to that one then.
My apologies. My apologies. Thank you. 3F, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista authorizing the application and adopting the PLHA plan for permanent local housing allocation. Councilmember Freeman,
That wasn't one that I wanted to pull.
F and I.
Okay. Thank you. I was just wondering,
Can you get closer to the mic,
what's it all
please?
about?
Can you move closer to the mic? The audience. can't hear
What's
you.
it all about?
So, Brian, is Rebecca here tonight?
And no, I'll handle this. Whatever questions come up. I have a PowerPoint if you like.
That would explain what it's all about. Mayor, it's up to you.
All right,
Thank you very much.
okay. We can go through the PowerPoint. I'll
Okay,
share
I
my,
made you co-host so you can share your screen.
yeah, okay, great. See if I can find it.
And while Brian is looking for that, Jackie Morris Lopez also asked for this to be pulled. Jackie, do you want to state your reasons? Are you here? Jackie, can you please, there you go.
Yes.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Yes, I read this briefly and it looks like something that maybe needs to be brought before our planning commission. There's a permanency to it and it has to do with planning and development, which is in our wheelhouse of the planning commission for permanent local housing allocation program. I feel like that maybe might be something that our planning commissioners may have a chance to look at prior to you all voting on that.
Thank you.
Okay, so by way of explanation regarding this program, the permanent local housing allocation program comes from gas tax money that's available to jurisdictions. It was part of Senate Bill 2 enacted in 2017, and the funds are available via a $75 reporting fee. I'm sorry, that's a gas tax. I meant transfer tax. The county recorders collect the funds annually. The amounts differ from year to year depending on how many houses are sold. And then the program creates funds and sends funds back to local governments. San Juan Bautista is eligible for an estimated close to $455,999 over 5 years. We have not taken advantage of these funds in the past, and we are, with an application for use of these funds submitted by November 30th. We thought that we had end of the month to submit, but we have an extension now from HCD, so we'll be able to submit an application for use of these funds by the end of November. And then year 1 and year 2 allocation applications were not submitted. And the city can apply for year 1 through year 3 now. And year 3 application deadline, as I said, instead of October 30th, it's now November 30th. If we don't apply for these funds by November 30th, our year 1 funds in the amount of about $75,000 will revert back to the state. And we have to submit an application for a 5-year plan. So as I said before, the year 1 funding allocation that we automatically get when we submit an application is $75,999. Year 2 is $114,000 and change. And in year 3, $122,000. So an application funding total for the first 3 years of $312,828. So the estimated 5-year allocation, again, $71,000, and again, 4 years, and in year 5, $71,000, about the same amount for a total over the 5-year period of $455,999. The eligible activities for this, rehab of rental housing, matching funds for a local housing trust fund, low and moderate income housing asset funds, and you can see several eligible activities there related to the ability of people to afford housing and to provide opportunities for rehabilitation for certain populations and so forth. And so a lot of these programs here have to do with addressing health and safety violations, help low-income homeowners, increase the supply of affordable housing, and I'm kind of working back a little bit. But if you can see here, we recently had a Planning Commission action in response to Commissioner Morris Lopez's question regarding accessory dwelling units. And in particular, with respect to making sure that these accessory dwelling units are safe and health and safety concerns are resolved. And so our approach in looking at these programs is to do what we felt would be appropriate for accessory dwelling unit compliance. And this would give a small grant to people to correct health and safety code issues on a case-by-case basis. And then for non-compliant ADUs. So it really does respond to what the Planning Commission felt was an important program. And I believe the resolution is either in the packet. That resolution was adopted by the Planning Commission in September, I believe. So here we have in year 4 a continuation of the ADU compliance program, and then to provide homeless supportive services. The remainder of the 2 years, years 4 and 5, would provide support services for homeless services in conjunction with our ongoing partnership with San Benito County and Hollister on that particular program. I hope that this PowerPoint was at least able to provide an overview. But again, these funds are available to the city. There are a lot of ways the money can be spent. But based on what we see now with respect to the interest in accessory dwelling units, and really no current way to fund anything that would support accessory dwelling unit health and safety concerns in the way the Planning Commission felt they should be addressed. We felt this would be a perfect match. The monies are available. We have to apply. It's a great program, and it meets the eligible list of activities. Same thing with the homeless services. So with that, hopefully that answers questions.
So Mayor, if I might just add a little
Oh,
bit.
go
to
ahead,
that.
yeah.
This came to us as a surprise. The reason we didn't apply for the first year is because the state didn't have its act together. We didn't know that we were supposed to apply. I'm working with the Deputy Director of Public Health, Enrique, at the county, and he had his hearing a week ago. So we're all kind of in the same boat, and we all kind of rushed to get this together. And just today, the state told us, we're going to give you another month to figure this out.
Very cool.
So if the council wants to take more time, we have it now. We didn't have it this morning. We have it now. So I'm sorry if we sound unorganized. We're the child of the state in this one, and so hard to be more organized than they are. But it's a good thing in general, and the council should, and perhaps the commission should take time pondering this, because we've used one-time grant money through the CARES Act to help fund the shelter and help rehab the shelter, and we didn't have any sustainable way of funding those programs. So this is a potential for that, and it would create a new partnership with us with Community Housing Solutions to consider putting in our 2 cents directly to the service provider for homeless services rather than giving our money to the county. So anyway, it's new, and we brought it to you because we were in a bit of a panic. We didn't want to lose the money. So thank you, Brian.
Yeah, sure. One more thing, the money, although we are going to apply within these 2 categories for these 2 different programs, the money can be shifted back and forth between the programs, provided that we go to HCD and ask permission. So it's a bit flexible. We're not locked in necessarily to these amounts, so we would have to notify HCD if we want to make a change.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Framing, other questions?
Not so much a question, but a comment. While I truly appreciate helping people spiff up their ADUs, if they're going to rent them out, they have collecting rent gives you the ability to spiff up your own ADU at your own expense. I've been a landlord before, and you know, when the lock broke or the air conditioner broke, I always had to pay for it myself, you know, even though I wasn't living in the house. So I'm personally, one of my personal, not goals, but things I would like to see is a strengthening of the American middle class. And I firmly believe the way we do that is by promoting home ownership. I noticed, I think it was number 5 or 6 on the list was helping with down payments, and with homes being anywhere between 800,000 and $1 million these days in San Juan Bautista, that 20% down to eliminate what the mortgage brokers call that P&I, is tough. It's really tough, and And the best way to fight homelessness is to get people into their own house and let them make their own payments to the mortgage company, not to us or anybody like that. And that gives them a sense of responsibility, and they'll get a job or have a job, hopefully, and do all those things to make them workers in the middle class. So I would like to see us look at that, which I believe is, actually, it's number 9, home ownership opportunities, down payment assistance. I'd like to look into that and see if we can have some sort of program where they sign up and, you know, they might have to fill out a mortgage form again or whatever it is, a loan application, which is like, as I remember, 50 pages long, and you gotta bring pay receipts from the last 5 years, which is a real pain. But you know, if we're gonna give away money, we need to make sure it's going to the right place for the right reason. But we should look into that also. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Brian. Can I just address one comment? And not to minimize what Councilmember Freeman said at all. We would use the funds for ADUs to provide money for health and safety, correct health and safety problems, not ordinary maintenance. So just wanted to make that understood.
I missed that last part. Brian, we missed the whole last part of that.
Oh, okay.
Health
So
and
we would,
safety.
yeah, health and safety concerns, things that are really, you know, safety and security, health and safety and security issues that are critical in order to make units habitable. We would use the funds for those purposes rather than use the funds for ordinary maintenance activities. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you.
Well, to rebut that, the only reason why a home would become unsafe is because they didn't keep up with the regular maintenance. So, you know,
Unless it was modified without building permits and it wasn't built to spec. And I think one of the concerns that I had when the planning commission considered this, council member, is that we would cause homelessness. We would find an ADU that was non-compliant, and then we'd be forced to put the person out on the street. So this is an option to that. It's a tool that we didn't have that could help then turn that ADU into an occupiable space they could keep. That was the way I was looking at it personally.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels.
Okay, I have a question and then a comment. A question. This is solely about funding these eligible activities. This has nothing to do with paying for planning and it has really, I don't see really has to do with any planning.
Correct.
Basically funding, okay?
Correct.
I'm agreeing with John on this. If ADU is built and it's not up to code, it's not on us. But it's not on Big Brother. It's on the homeowner or whoever built it. And it's not us putting the person out on the street. It's the person who built the shack. So that kind of gives me a little bit of indigestion there if we're bailing people out when they built illegally and they knew they did. And I really, I like the homeownership opportunities. I think it's a great thing, and the rehab for vacant homes and apartments. I mean, that's another one that's huge. There's your homelessness issue right there. We rehab some apartments that could have fallen into disrepair just due to, you know, the owners passing away or something. So and this is the state of California giving this money away. Don,
That's
is that
correct. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Well, since we have 100 billion in reserves, let's take some of it. Let's get some of our money back. So I'm all in favor of this.
You're in favor of it or not? Okay,
I like it.
sorry, I got confused with that. I'm in agreement with Councilmember Freeman.
In agreement with
Got it,
him on
that statement. Yep.
bailing
understood.
out people who built slums.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely. Understood. Thank you for the clarification. Jackie Morris Lopez, you have questions on this? Go ahead, Jackie. Jackie, you're up. Well, Jackie's working on her microphone issues. Vice Mayor Flores, do you have any questions, comments, or concerns on this?
No comments. I like the idea though.
Thank you very much. This will get us an actual count then of the ADUs within the city, correct? And that goes to resolution 2022-06 from the Planning Commission to have a count of them and to ensure the safety of said ADUs. Thank you. The administration of it, I know that that's been a issue in the past, and that's why we so willingly give the money to the county. How will this be administered?
This is much simpler. It's not federal funds. And
Oh.
There's other funds where community development block grant money coming from the federal government through the state, making it twice as cumbersome to administer.
Okay. And then are we guaranteed this money right now, or we're just applying for it? And when we applied before, we were, and I forget the terminology, but we didn't get it originally.
Well, we are eligible to receive the money, provided that we submit an application for one of these programs under the eligible activities. So the money's ours for the
Okay.
asking, for the asking.
For the asking, okay. Okay, thank you very much. Jackie, do you have audio?
Does not, she does appear unmuted on our end, and she did lower her hand. So I do not believe that it is working in. Oh, let's try this next one. Jackie, I'm bringing you in.
Jackie, please unmute yourself. There you go. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Okay, thank you, Norma, and thank you, Mayor Jordan. Yes, so reading this slide presentation that Brian had just put up, Councilman Friel said it had nothing to do with planning and development, but on a couple of the itemized statements, the first word was development. Can you expand on that? Because that to me means development, not just rehabbing. So I'm confused here. And I know that we did we talked at great length about the ADUs and the Planning Commission wanting to bring up to code, or at least get a count of what we have so that we could see what our arena needs were, an accurate number. It's kind of been an ongoing topic for several months. And we did decide that we didn't want to be punitive. We wanted to help people that needed some help. You know, it depends. There's you know, a difference semantically between what we consider a shack and what someone considers their rental unit. And it could be a minor thing where maybe they don't have the proper electrical wiring, or maybe there was something that, you know, it's not a total shack. So I think that being said, that's my comment on the definition of that. But also it's real clear that on item number 1 and 2, the first word is development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions, comments, or concerns on Zoom?
We do not have any other hands raised this time.
Thank you very much. Anything from the chambers? Seeing no hands, I'll entertain a motion now to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista, authorizing the application and adopting the PLHA plan for the Permanent Local Housing Allocation Program.
So moved.
Thank you very much. Motion by Councilmember Friel, seconded by Councilmember Freeman. May I have a roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Flores,
Aye.
Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes,
Mayor Jordan.
Yes,
Motion passes unanimously.
thank you very much. Adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista authorizing changes to personnel policies, adding a bilingual stipend for staff. Don, I am all for this. I just wanted to know how we were going to administer it and if adding this stipend for assistance with our bilingual community. Does that mean we're staying open longer? Throw that one in there. So do we have a way of administering this? I see that there's a 5% increase for being bilingual and a 10% use.
Right, so the way the system is set up, positions that are eligible, any city position that works with the public and it has to use the Spanish language or other language, could be sign language. I know we have one employee who's fluent in sign language. But traditionally, it's for those languages where the city's population is more than 5%. So we're 27% Spanish speakers in our community, therefore bilingual in Spanish would make sense for us. How is it applied? If it is more than 10% of their job duties, and that includes those answering the phones and those working in our parks and in our streets, then they would be subjected to a bilingual test. And RGS has been helping us with our HR policies and matters, and they actually wrote the first policy stating that they would be the one testing. I said, no, let's just call it testing in case we find a better test, or maybe adult ed or someone else who could do the testing. But once they get passed by the test, then it gets reviewed annually as part of their job evaluation. Are you still using the Spanish language more than 10% of your time? And that needs to be noted then in the annual job evaluations. If they change jobs to a job that doesn't require bilingual skills, then they would lose the stipend.
Okay, thank you. Do they get retested every year or every 2 years or every 3 years?
Not as it's written, not as it's written.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other questions, comments, and concerns from the council, Vice Mayor Flores?
I have
Thank you.
none.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Friels?
No questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Freeman?
I like it. Sounds like a good idea and I'm in favor.
Thank you very much. Any questions, comments, and concerns from Zoom?
Anyone who would like to speak on this matter, please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen or *9 for those that have called in. No hands are raised at this time, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Any questions, comments, concerns from the chambers? We have one person. Please step up. State your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Steve Harris, 705 First Street.
Thank you very
I'm
much.
in
Welcome,
agreement
Steve.
With your first statement, Mayor. I would like to see this taken care of. I would like to see the bilingual done, but I would also like to see City Hall open and able to use that. So, I mean, and we need to look at being open past 1 o'clock in the afternoon, so people that get off in the mid-afternoon to come in here and need those services, find an unlocked door.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other comments? Thank you very much. May I have a motion, please, to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista authorizing changes to the personnel policy, adding a bilingual stipend for staff.
So moved.
So
Thank you very
moved.
much, Councilmember Freeman. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Flores on a second. May I have a roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Flores,
Aye.
Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes,
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
motion passes.
Thank you very
Unanimously.
much. Thanks for that one, Dawn. I adopt a resolution of the City of Council of the City of San Juan Bautista authorizing the city manager to execute a professional services agreement with MNS Engineers, Inc. for city engineering services. My apologies, gentlemen. I did mean to pull this to the beginning. My bad. Councilmember Freeman, you had a question.
I believe that, city manager wants to speak to this issue. So here's his chance.
Thank you very much. Anything from? Thank you. Councilmember Flores, questions, comments, concerns?
I have none.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, again, I apologize. City Manager Don Reynolds.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to take an opportunity to introduce to the city and the community our selection for a new city engineer. The city has relied on contract services for some time. When I arrived in 2019, Harris and Associates, Patrick Dobbins was leaving for the city of Gonzales, and CSG came on board. We had Julie Bazad acting as our city engineer, and she did a wonderful job, but she has since retired. And CSG and I had talked about this numerous times, and they were unable to staff the position to the 20 to 24 hour standard that we're looking for. So we submitted an RFP early in August, and we vetted it for 6 weeks and received numerous inquiries during that time. The matter were closed at 2 p.m. on September 27th, and we had 3 proposals. One was from the original city engineering firm that was here back in the early 2000s. And they had a good understanding of our city, but they didn't have the breadth or the depth that M&S Engineering brings with them. The second was CSG, who again did not submit an RFP for city engineer, but instead just for support services. So M&S, I believe, will bring both to the city. In referrals in Soledad and Greenfield, I was able to talk to both city managers who are very pleased with the services they received from M&S. They recently awarded the contract for on-call services for the city of Salinas. And theirs was the one proposal that talked about being a city engineer versus providing city engineering services. And our small community needs a city engineer, someone who can be there when the pump doesn't run on Labor Day, be on call for us and just be dedicated. And I think we've got that. And so I wanted a chance to introduce Paul Greenway from M&S Engineering. And Paul, you can introduce Jerry. Thank you. I'm Paul Greenway, and introducing Jerry. Use the mic, please.
Thank you, Don, and thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Paul Greenway. I have spent the last 25 years just living 15 minutes from the city hall here. I'm a civil engineer of 32 years. I am the president of G7 and part of the M&S team as this effort. Prior to working here, I worked for the County of Monterey for 20 years of my career, where I started as an entry-level engineer and rose up to the acting director of public works there. I met Don while he was working at the city of Salinas at that role. So I just wanted to introduce myself, say I'm looking forward to assisting the city in the way possible through this contract, and also want to introduce Jerry.
Good evening.
Hi.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. As stated by my colleague, my name is Jerry Sanguinetti. I just recently joined M&S Engineers after 17 years with the city and county of San Francisco as a deputy director of public works, where I oversaw large-scale development within the city, as well as anything that had to do with public right-of-way. So the bureau that I ran was actually called the Bureau of Street Use and Mapping. And as I stated to Dawn when we met earlier, the best way that I could describe it is if it happened in the public right of way, if it was development wise, infrastructure, utility, I had my hands in it simply because I oversaw that. I just would like to reiterate that I'm very excited to be here and looking forward to working with you and providing the services that the city deserves. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any other questions?
Just wanted to reiterate, we are going to be in need of a construction management team for our force main to Hollister, and a construction management team for our pavement management system, which is next on the agenda. M&S was formed around that role, so they have the depth to provide a construction management team for these projects. That'll build directly to the CIP. We don't need to go out to bid. We don't need to firm. We have one in this package. They also have specialties and engineers that are quite familiar with water and wastewater system, which was an expertise we had trouble finding in our last recruitment. So I think we have a good deep team to serve us, and we'll be well served. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions, comments, and concerns from Zoom?
For those who have joined us tonight during Zoom, please use the raise hand button or *9 to raise your hand and speak on this matter. We have no hands raised at this time, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Anybody in the council chambers? Seeing no hands. I will now entertain a motion to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista authorizing the city manager to execute a professional services agreement with MNS Engineers, Inc. for the city engineering services.
So moved.
Thank you very much. Motion by Councilmember Freeman, seconded by Vice Mayor Flores. May I have a roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Flores,
Yes.
Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. Again, thank you, gentlemen. My apologies for not moving you up. Welcome. 3K, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista awarding a contract for the pavement management program. I pulled this because at the nth hour, we received a change in fees. City manager?
You did receive the change of fees.
Thank you.
CSG spent the day here reviewing these bids, and apparently there was exactly $10 difference. Not changing the outcome of the recommendation for McKim Corporation. So $1.3 million contract, very close to the numbers we estimated the first time we did the project. And we have over $1 million of Measure G collected for this project, and a good $300,000 in what's known as RSTP funds that the COG manages for us. We have in total 1.623 available for this project. So we're well within budget, and just wanted to make sure that the resolution was accurate for the record at $1,313,985.80. Your original report had that number at $965.40.
Thank you very much. Any further questions, comments, or concerns from the council? Vice Mayor Flores?
No comments.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Friels?
Just wanted to overview. This is 11 streets and how many sidewalks?
1,000 linear feet of sidewalks.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Freeman?
No comments or questions.
Thank you. Zoom, questions, comments, concerns?
Those who would like to speak on this matter, please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen or press *9 for those that have joined by phone. We have no hands raised at this time, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, and concerns from the chambers? Having seen no hands, I will entertain a motion to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista awarding a contract for the pavement management program project.
So moved.
Okay, I'll second.
Vice Mayor Flores with the motion, Councilmember Friels with the second. May I have a roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Flores,
Yes.
Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes,
Motion passes unanimously.
and this is a motion for the added $10. Thank you very much. What?
As amended, thank you.
As amended. Thank you.
Council or Mayor,
Yes,
well, that concludes the consent. I do have a question, clarifying question on item E. We had the motion that failed for lack of second,
yes. Yes,
and you announced a wish to postpone this to the November meeting, but a motion was not made for that.
sorry. Thank you for that.
Yes.
I make a motion to hold item 3E to the next meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. May I have a roll call, please? That was seconded by Vice Mayor Flores.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Flores,
Aye.
Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes,
Motion passes unanimously.
thank you very much. Does anybody from the council dais wish to take a break? No, we're good. We're good. Okay, moving right along. Presentations, proclamations, informational items and reports. Proclamation for Binational Health Week for the San Benito Health Foundation. Do we have anybody accepting this? Oh, there's the San Benito Health Foundation. Please unmute yourself. To whom are we speaking with?
Hello, good evening. My name is Jorge Terrones. I'm on behalf of San Benito Health Foundation. I would like to thank the city of San Juan Bautista and Mayor Jordan for this proclamation. The Binational Health Week reflects coordinated efforts between the United States, Mexico, Canada, Guatemala, Honduras, Colombia, and Peru to improve the quality of life of underserved populations by expanding their access to healthcare. Tomorrow, October 19, 2022, we're holding the Binational Health Week here at the clinic in Hollister, California, 351 Police Drive. We're organizing food distribution. It will be from 3 to 6, and we're expecting to have around 400 families or more. We had in the past, on August 9, we had a food distribution that we could reach 299 families. So we would like this time to support around 400 families this time for tomorrow. Thank you for your time and for your support.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you very much. Whereas the Secretariats of Health and of the Foreign Affairs of Mexico, the Ministries of Foreign Affairs for Guatemala, Honduras, Colombia, and Peru, the United States, Mexico Border Health Commission, the Health Initiative of the Americas, and the University of California at Berkeley School of Public Health have recognized the necessity of improving access to health services for the underserved Latino population in the United States. And whereas, according to the United States Census in 2017, this country is home to more than 57 million people of Latino origin. And whereas improving the health of mobile populations requires multiple approaches in service design, delivery, funding priorities, and most fundamentally requires strong binational commitment. And whereas from 2001 through 2017, the Health Initiative of the Americas and partnering organizations convened 17 binational health weeks, an unprecedented effort overseen by multi-agency task force, which conducted health promotions and educational activities for the underserved Latino population in the United States. And over 4 million people has benefited from the health activities. And whereas Binational Health Week reflects coordinated efforts between the United States, Mexico, Canada, Guatemala, Honduras, Colombia, Peru, to improve the quality of the underserved populations by expanding their access to healthcare, increasing their health insurance coverage, and reducing their unmet health needs. And whereas the Health Initiative of the Americas and the Consular Network in the United States, Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, Colombia, Peru are conducting the 18th annual Binational Health Week and activities throughout the country that will be centered in regions with high level of community health needs. And whereas the San Juan Bautista City Council acknowledges that many organizations and volunteers collaborating in the organization of health fairs and educational health workshops. And whereas Binational Health Week provides an opportunity to highlight the critical health needs in the city of San Juan Bautista, as well as throughout the United States, and will serve as the basis for future bilateral efforts. And now, therefore, in honor of those efforts to improve public health, the San Juan Bautista City Council proclaims October 2022 as Binational Health Week in the city of San Juan Bautista. (4B) City Council and Staff Announcements. This is an opportunity for council and staff to share the community calendar and announce upcoming dates of interest to the general public. Vice Mayor Flores? Anything to share on the community calendar?
No, I have none. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Freels?
Just that it was a nice weekend. We did ribbon cutting for two of our parks. Saturday night, I walked up to Rudy Park, and the lighting up there is it looks park-like. It's so nice. So that, yeah, looks, I'm just so happy those projects are done.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Freeman?
Following up on that, I thought the park presentations and the park looks great. And so does the Franklin Park. Is a cute little bocce ball court and lots of picnic facilities for that end of town. On a slightly bigger scale, we at Ambag last week.
Not yet.
Not yet.
That's the next item. Reports from the city council representatives to regional organizations and committees. Thank you very much. Anything else for the community calendar? Nope. Okay. The other event we had was the ribbon cutting for Luna Studios down on the Alameda. What a great little place for the arts. Thank you very much. Don, do you have anything? City
Just-
manager?
Thank you. Just one quick thing, reminder that the Ghost Walk is coming, 28, 29, 30, Rotarians Ghost Walk. So come out and see your scary city manager being scary.
Thank you very much. Reports from the city council representatives to regional organizations and committees. Vice Mayor
Sorry,
Flores.
Mayor,
Sorry.
we did have one staff member, Assistant City Manager Brian had his hand raised to announce something.
Pardon me, Brian?
Thank you, appreciate that. So I just wanted to mention that the Economic Development Citizens Advisory Committee, Economic Development, the Subcommittee for Community Relations and Resources is having a meet and greet for community members interested in all things related to health and recreation in San Juan Bautista at the DFW Hall, 6 o'clock. Thursday evening, and should be a very interesting meeting that subcommittee is putting together. On October 26th, the EDCAC will have continue their regular meeting to hear from California Main Street. Last meeting did hear a presentation from Retail Strategies regarding downtown organization and business development. Okay.
Thank you. Also, there was a San Juan Bautista Business Association, AKA the San Juan Committee, did a meet and greet for the candidates at Brewery 25's Parklet. Thank you for that. Okay, sorry. Reports from the city council representatives to regional organizations and committees. Vice Mayor Flores.
Attended a few meetings. I did a LAFCO meeting, CMAP, Leadership Council Emergency Meeting, which I chaired, and LULAC as well.
Anything to report from any of those?
No, not really. With CMAP is working on trying to move their office into a city owned building in Hollister. So that's one of the projects that CMAP is working on, which I think would be a great move. Yeah, also I forgot to mention something that on Monday, the 24th at 2 o'clock at the library, there's going to be a presentation made by I guess it's Charter. They're providing internet service into River Oaks. And they just have a little presentation at the library. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Freels.
All we have is Thursday, we have the fire district meeting, and we didn't have anything else this week or this month.
Thank you. Councilmember Freeman, you're up.
Yes, attended an AMBAG meeting last week. We discussed regional early action planning grants, number 2.0. We will be getting quite a bit of money for planning It's called Regional Early Action Planning, which is the acronym is REAP. And we will be getting planning money as to implement our housing element and RENA numbers and all the things that the state is making us do. So they're gonna pay for some of it. I also attended a Monterey Bay Economic Partnership seminar late last week. And it was very, very interesting. There's a lot of things happening in the Tri-County area, particularly I'd say in Monterey County. And they're doing great work to build up their economic base. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I had a meeting today with the governor's office on infrastructure. It was a mayor's meeting and I brought the city manager. Oh, that was exciting. Oops. He crashed it. The governor is looking at monies for infrastructure, transportation, housing, broadband, and how to distribute those monies. This afternoon, it was with small cities, and we are not alone in our needs and wants. We all asked for the same thing, which was nice to hear, and kind of sad at the same time. Water and wastewater were also a part of that. I met with Congresswoman Lofgren and the city manager, and we brought fire and the sheriff's department in, also discussing infrastructure and our needs and wants. So hopefully, if and when the Congresswoman gets reelected, she will be on board with the city of San Juan Bautista. We've been meeting with her almost on a monthly basis. The governor's office was very receptive to what all cities had to say. Okay, Treasurer Don, do you have anything else to add? Sorry.
No, that was great. Thank you.
Attorney Rathi? Thank you very much. Treasurer's report and monthly financial statements by Treasurer Michelle Sabathia. There you are. Hey, Michelle, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Let's jump into a brief overview of where we're at with the financials. We can start with the general fund. So year to date, our net effect is currently a positive balance of $435,000. The month over month change there was an increase of $202,000. On the revenue front, some of the items that stood out was the government grant for American Rescue Plan. In addition to that, we also had a really healthy month as it relates to sales income tax and transit and occupancy taxes, which is normally expected during this time of the year. As for our expenditure side, some of the items that stood out would be our CSG consultants, which is the fees for our city engineer and our city inspector, which is based on usage. This is, so you'll make a note on the warrant listing that there is a double payment that is due to backdated invoices. So a little late there from the prior month. So that's what we're seeing the larger charge on. We also have EMC Planning Group, which is one of our water consultants, which is based on usage as well. And then San Benito County Sheriff, which is a quarterly expense for our law enforcement services here in San Juan. And then a few business grants that went out to our local owners. So that's kind of it for the general fund. Moving on to the Water Enterprise Fund. Year to date, our net effect is currently a positive balance of $65,000. The month over month change there was an increase of $34,000. Revenues are in line with budget, higher than usual, which still relates to seasonality right now. We'll see a shift coming in the next few months. As for the expenditure sides, they are still in line with expectation. Going on to the Sewer Enterprise Fund, year to date, our net effect is still currently a positive balance of $136,000. The month over month change there was $2,000. Revenues are in line with budget, exceeding expenditures. Expenditures, nothing out of the ordinary stood out. So Nothing material to call out. That's all I have for now, unless there's specific questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions, comments, and concerns from the council? Vice Mayor Flores?
I have none.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Friels?
No questions. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Freeman?
Thank you, Michelle. No questions.
Thank you. Really nice to see that all the checks went out to our business owners. It's nice to see. Thank you. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Have a great night.
You too.
City managers report.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the city council, members of the public. I have just a few slides this month. Most of the work I've done is actually in the agenda, so. Real quick, we do have Fire Chief Bob Martin Del Campo online, and we also have Chief Charlie Badea, and I wanted to start and give them a chance to say things. We had the sheriff's representative, our dedicated deputy here today, but he had to go out on an emergency and then got a second call. So I don't think we'll get a sheriff's report today. But I wanted to let the fire chief speak about what they're up to. We are, Chief, I promise we're starting on the tenant improvements for the Polk Street apparatus bay. And I'll let you take it from there. We have new apparatus coming. We got to fix her up before it gets here.
Thank you, Don. Good evening, Mayor and council members, community of San Juan Bautista. Bob Martin Del Campo, Fire Chief. So as Don mentioned earlier, we just received 2 apparatus last week. Both our fire engines. We have a variety of vehicles, water tenders. We got a truck that's being spec'd out on order. We've got 1 Type 1 fire engine that we just received. That is going to be placed out in the county at the Station 3 district, and then the Type 6, which is a quick attack, will be stationed out at Station 4, San Juan Bautista. So you guys are going to be getting one of our newest rigs. And the quick attack is mainly designed for topography and roads, custom made just for San Juan Bautista. You know, those Type 1 engines weigh an extreme amount of pounds and weight with water also, where these quick attacks can go on medical aids through your city. They're a lot smaller and they're a lot more agile. Plus they can, go on rough terrain off the pavement, and they do the job very well. A good description or comparison of this is a Type 1 fire engine structure fire apparatus costs between $15 and $20 a mile, where a Type 6 will be anywhere between $5 and $8 a mile. So it won't take its toll on our roads, and it'll be a lot more cost effective. Something all of us need to start or have been paying attention to, being fiscally responsible. Again, I'm gonna remind everybody that we have we anticipate the starting of our newest member of our fire prevention bureau. She should be starting sometime at the beginning of November. She's got a conditional offer letter, accepted the offer letter. She's coming from Salinas, and we're hoping to put her in uniform and in your community as soon as the beginning of November. Also, part of that reminder, we have starting our life safety inspections, and we've already started in San Juan Bautista. State Bill 1205. We're going to be wrapping that up hopefully before the beginning of the year. And I too, along with the mayor, had very enlightening conversation with Congress member Zoe Lofgren, and I'm excited at the amount of attention that we're getting from our representative, and I'm looking forward to see if, when and if she does get elected, the response and the caring attention that we are expecting from that. And that concludes my report. Standing by for questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions, comments, concerns from the council? Vice Mayor Flores?
I have none. Thank you, Chief. Good
Thank you.
report.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Friels?
And no questions. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you. Councilmember Freeman?
Thank you for the report. No questions.
Thanks, Chief. Have a good night. Be safe.
All right, Mayor. Thank you very much. Just to summarize the work we've been doing with the sheriff in the past month, we continue to meet every month. We met on Thursday, October 6th. And this is a summary of our discussion with Lieutenant Corral and I have been meeting. We are working together on the license plate reading cameras. He's going to send me the specifications for 2 different models. But he's trying to get pricing in time for the FY 23-24 budget. So because we're relying on the sheriff, of course, to process this data and work with us, it's good to partner with them on the cameras. So wanted to make sure that the council was aware that project is still on our radar. We're still working on that. Also, I encouraged him with concerns that we have for traffic enforcement in our town to talk to the CHP to see if we can get specific help. And he said that he had a meeting with them the week of October 6th. And so I look forward to hearing from Lieutenant Corral on how the conversations are to get CHP in here more often. And then he did mention that the sheriff's contract is being reviewed at this time. And in the past, the city has appointed a subcommittee to review the proposed contract and negotiate on behalf of the city. I believe we did that for solid waste franchise and other big contracts. So with that, I'll leave that up to the council, and then maybe in November we can put that on the agenda or whatever you want to do. That might be the best thing to do, especially with Councilmember Edge and hopefully a full body. So that's my report on summary working with the sheriff. I did want to provide a quick report about the roundabout. We've had 2 serious incidents in the past 10 days. A week ago Friday night, we had a 18-wheeler trying to make a U-turn at the roundabout. Again, get stuck in the middle of it for about 3 hours. And then subsequently the next morning, Monday morning, we had a second big rig truck out there. So we've been looking at options. I've paid for a small study from the engineering firm that designed the roundabout to see how we could make it safer. But what it comes down to is better communication with our industrial clients, Earthbound Taylor Farms, True Leaf, and Coke Farms. So I am meeting with Coke Farms coincidentally on Friday on another matter. So I can talk to them directly. And then the new city engineer and I will begin working in earnest with our wastewater system to get all of our industrial users hooked up to that. And at the same time, I hope to communicate with them more clearly. We have contemplated putting message boards out on Prescott and the San Highway as trucks come in. The price per week is about $1,200, so it's a little bit pricey. But if we could do that for a couple weeks, maybe we could turn down the volume of the trucks coming through, especially as they enter from the north. Another suggestion, which I thought was a really smart suggestion, would be to have there's actually fleet engineers, fleet operators who manage, especially the Earthbound program, because there are so many trucks. So as they allow them through their security gates of handing them flyers, I think Scott mentioned that to me, or someone did. That was a good idea. Just working more closely with the growers to keep the trucks out of town. So that's been a focus of mine. When I didn't want to have any of the ugly pictures in my presentation tonight, but they're ugly pictures. So we did invite Kimberly Horn, but he couldn't make it. Sean Houck, who designed them. So we do have a safety committee meeting on Monday, the 25th, so we can talk about this in more detail with the Public Safety Committee. I did want to mention quickly the status on a few things of the Oasis subdivision agreement. Bob and I have been working with them, continue to work with them. Unfortunately, they have had trouble, and we worked with our bond counsel to see if we could help them. They are required to build public improvements, including a cul-de-sac, sewer lines, and other expensive improvements. And so typically we get a performance bond and they put that money down while they develop their subdivision. And their project is so small, that they're unable to find a bonding institution to loan them money. So we worked with them on creative solutions, and we have relied on Cameron Weiss, our bond counsel, to help them come up with a letter of credit from a small bank in Santa Cruz that's willing to sponsor them. But the bottom line is it's going to require a modification to their agreement. We hope we can bring that to the council in November. They are facing a December deadline, right, Bob? So look forward to that conversation. Sorry. That's been a 3-year-long conversation, so as the council knows. Christopher Ranch applied for annexation this past week, 64 acres past Lavinino Drive and 3rd. And that's where that property behind the Rancho Vista development. As proposed, it would be 25 acres of open space and the balance for residential and other things, streets. So I just wanted to bring that to the council's attention. We're processing that application to make sure that it's complete. But I think they wanted to get it in before the election. They wanted to say we filed for annexation. So in all, we want to get that bring that to the council's attention that that's coming. Special event review. We're doing an annual review of the process. Brian has worked with us for a year, and we've had some positive outcomes, and we've had some bumps in the road. So we are trying to work on standard templates for each discipline to make it easier for someone who wants to hold a special event to apply. To that end, we're looking for a template for the sheriff's department, and we're working together with Lieutenant Corral on that. The fire department already has a good system that makes sense in their incident command system, and then working with a plan for solid waste and the city engineer. So we're scheduling that in the next week or so as we launch into our special events beginning in March. But before then, we have our Christmas parade. So there are a few things coming before then. Staff attended 6 different trainings for emergency preparedness. County Office of Emergency Services brought in a really good trainer. The council was invited to one of those, but that's okay. Guys couldn't make it in the middle of the day. I get it. But I'm here to share the information that we shared. And a couple times, San Bautista was the only group in the room. So we got custom training. That was pretty unusual for our city. But the most important thing is we want the county to know that we're trained and ready to respond to an emergency should it occur. And so we not only learned the processes here at City Hall as well as at the county-wide, but we assured our partners that we'd be there when if needed, and vice versa. We have a FEMA reimbursement support and wrap up coming in the next couple of weeks. We still have a claim to file for our FEMA costs associated with COVID-19. So we're wrapping up that. And I understand there was an announcement today from the governor, Bob, that the COVID state of emergency will be ending in February. Is that what you said?
Correct. Yeah, the COVID emergency is expected to end on February 28th.
There you go. Okay, thank you for that. I didn't hear that announcement. In staffing, I'm very pleased to announce that our deputy city clerk, our 3rd recruitment, closed on Friday, the 14th, and we have actually 9 applications received in total. So that's really good. And what will happen with those applications is RGS, who's processing that recruitment for us, will screen the 9 applicants and bring the top 4 or 5 to the city for interviews as we've done in the past. I think thank you to those who voted in favor of the salary increase. It really increased our pool of good applicants. So I'm optimistic that we'll get this position filled and our agenda will be a little more well organized moving forward. But I have to thank Trish. She's trying to retire and she's still here and dedicated as she's been for the last 18 years. So she's been steeping briefly out of retirement to help us up. And I really appreciate Trish's help. Our new city engineer was introduced earlier today. That's awesome. We're excited about that. That was a pretty big job to take on. The interviews went really well. And then the Urban Growth Boundaries Sphere of Influence Subcommittee, we did, following the last meeting, send out approximately 80 letters. And I wanted to clarify these 80 letters went to those properties adjacent to our current city boundary, but outside the city, plus a few parcels that were inside the 2016 sphere of influence. So that includes a cement plant and a few other properties on the south side, because I think there was confusion from 2016 that those property owners may have felt they're already in the sphere of influence. So we sent about 80 letters total. I've had a response from 4 or 5 property owners. I met with one property owner who owns 4 parcels to the north of the city on Friday afternoon at their house. I have arranged to meet with 2 additional property owners together this Friday in our city council chambers after lunch. So we are meeting and responding to inquiries from the invitations. We're getting some feedback. 80 is not a lot, but I think people are pretty well informed. I hope that's the case anyway. But from there, in talking with the chair of the committee, Councilmember Friels, we would try and meet the 4 existing committee members would try and meet the first week in November to see what the feedback's been from the property owners. So that's where we're heading. And that's a wrap up on that. I wanted to give the council a quick update on our assistance. This came up earlier in the agenda. We got CARES Act money, Community Development Block Grants, CDBG programs, and I got the status from the county public health department. Shows that we've spent about $37,146 on utility assistance using that grant program. So 39 different residents have taken advantage of our utility, water, and sewer help. The qualifications are pretty high for our community, so it's not that hard to qualify. Some city employees have qualified. But I wanted to thank Steve Harris for bringing that to our attention a couple weeks ago. And so we've tried to re-promote this program, and I wanted the council to know it's getting fairly good usage. But 37,000 is a lot of help for our citizens. So I just wanted to share that with everybody. Winding things down on water, we have a water and wastewater slide on every council presentation. Well 1 has been struggling due to the drought, and we had an inspection with Laura Lyons from the Drinking Water Division, and she said a number of wells in our area are having to lower their wells. So we do have the ability to turn down the well, and we're experimenting with that. But right now we're really relying on our well 5, which is an excellent producer, and it only has problems with iron and manganese, and we've solved that problem. So we don't have a nitrate problem. So we have a very reliable well 5, but we also are working to get well 6 back online. And that involves submitting an application to the Drinking Water Division to blend the treated water for nitrates back into the system, would add 125, 150 gallons per minute to our current system and give us 3 legs to the stool. So with that, I saw a draft application last Thursday, and so that's getting ready to go off to the water board so we can bring well 6 back onto line. Imported water, we're working on 2 agreements. We have a meeting tomorrow afternoon with the water district. Honestly, their first draft of the agreement didn't respect the volumes that we're going to need, nor the quality of water. So we're having a head-to-head meeting, and we're bringing Tony Akel in and Dmitry Semenov to meet with both Jeff, the CEO, and his new assistant, who's going to be stepping into that seat when Jeff retires in December. So the district is restarting design with HDR. We did also discuss permitting with the Department of Water, Drinking Water, and the Water Board, because I don't want the permitting to slow down the initiation of the fresh water, right? We don't want to be in a 6-month holding pattern after we finish our construction project. And then we're pursuing grants and low interest loans, which is one of the reasons I went with the mayor, snuck into the mayor's meeting today to put a push in for any money we can see coming forward. There's a lot of money out there for water, and water's a lot easier to fund. So I hope I can keep our ratepayers in good shape and not have to increase their rates as high by pursuing grants and low interest loans, the same way we did with the wastewater program. So the wastewater program is ready to bid. We're just wrapping up the bid packages now. I think the city attorney has weighed in on the bid package. So that's one of the loose ends that we're tying up. We do have a couple loose ends with United States Fish and Wildlife. There's something called a stream alteration permit, a permit that we paid $15,000 for and has resulted in a biological report. We need to make sure that the mitigation measures from U.S. Fish and Wildlife are included in our construction plans when we bid the project. But that is imminent now. We've been working on that for about 6 weeks. And then the USDA funding update is still very good. They have assured us up to $14 million, $4 4 million in grants and 10 million in low interest loans. Our water rate study estimated loan interest to be 4.5%. And we're looking at 2.65% with the USDA funding to balance out our wastewater. So here's just some quick pictures on our tour. We've actually got the drinking water district to check out our microbial system. This is it here on the skid. This is well 6. This is well 1, and the inspection going on there with Laura Lyons from the drinking water division. These are the headworks at our 1.2 million gallon tank. The tank looked really good to them, and I think overall our drinking water inspection Monday, October 17th was really positive. Which is great. The team is doing a great job keeping things labeled, keeping the site clean, and staying on top of things. And hats off to Danny at All Clear Water. He was with us, and I think we should get a good report from them. These are just some quick pictures, some fun pictures from our ribbon cutting. This is our new restroom at Rudy Park. And we're so happy to have that open. We've had some trouble with the door locks because they will lock when the door shuts and the person gets trapped inside. Minor detail. Minor detail. So you know, this is San Juan. We're doing our best. But we just had a great turnout. Council members, we have our city treasurer there. Benito Link had a really good story today on this. Supervisor Kosmicki. And these two fellows here are residents who lived at Franklin Circle. And I forget the fellow whose back is to us. I don't know if you remember Scott Bonificino and Brian Farney. And it was his mom that we dedicated this bench to. And this is the Farney family who used to live literally across the street back in 1965. And they had some really fun stories of how they terrorized the town when they were 18 years old. So anyway, I guess it doesn't end there. And here's this is the very first time Vice Chair Flores has played bocce ball. So I'll introduce that to him. So, and with that, I'm ready to move on to the next item. Thank you for your patience.
Can I add something on there, Don?
Of course.
Yeah, those two individuals actually used to play at the park. They knew they were Rudy's. And one of them, the shorter one, was telling a story how he fell off the structures there, the playthings, and there was rocks on the bottom. There was a piece of glass, and it cut his lip. And he got on his bicycle and bleeding all the way to 6th Street. He lived on 6th Street. So it was really nice talking to those guys. They, you know, had a lot of history.
Awesome.
That's all I wanted to share.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Those stories were fun. Anything else? Any questions, comments, and concerns from the city manager's report? Vice Mayor Flores?
None. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Friels?
Nothing. Thanks, Don.
Thank you. Councilmember Freeman?
Not right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Don. And Fire Chief? Okay. Keep going. Everybody good with going? Okay, action items 5A, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista approving the First Amendment to the reimbursement agreement between the city and the SJB Alameda Enterprise LLC for construction of a right turn lane on State Route 156 at its intersection with the Alameda.
Bob, if I could give an introduction and then you can follow through with some of the details. I just wanted to take tonight to review some of the history of this project. I was looking at resolution 2016-47, which was approved by the city council, and it was approved specifically for 404 the Alameda, approximately 6,144 square foot single entry building, covered fuel island with 12 fuel dispensing stations, 35 on-site parking spaces, trash enclosure, open space, landscaping, on-site storm drain retention, and biofilter system, and entrance and exit driveways for free flow of traffic, bicycle parking, directional signage, traffic channelization and striping. So this project was approved at that level of detail in 2016. It occurred after the project was litigated. Originally, the project was considered in 2014, and Daniel J. DeVries Esquire, on behalf of Leal Vineyards, sometimes referred to here as appellant, filed an appeal to the Planning Commission. And the council heard that appeal on March 18th, 2014, and again, April 9th, 2014. And so the process, as we know, went through a litigation, but the project itself was never changed. It was challenged by a writ of mandate filed by the Alliance of Concerned Citizens Organized for Responsible Development. And the Honorable Stephen R. Saunders, the court judge, sent the matter back to the council because of a noise study that wasn't done properly. And then it was redone, and that caused another delay in the project, leading up to resolutions being adopted for the CEQA document, Resolution 2014-43 and 44, which approved the project in 2016. So it's had a long, diverse history coming forward to us. But again, I just wanted to reiterate that it was approved as a fuel station, convenience store, and quick service restaurant. And what's important here is that in this resolution, and I included in the staff report, that this is the judge ordering conditions that the city has to follow as it works on this project. So and these two conditions are in our staff report, rebutting appellant's statement that channelization and other traffic measures are inadequate and that no traffic study was done. Here requiring in number 13 of the conditions, mitigation measures that require the applicant to enter into an agreement that includes a traffic study for the deceleration lane of the south side of State Highway 156. And the requirement to participate in a fair share cost of the improvements. And then later in the same condition, a mitigation measure, talking about the applicant entering into an agreement for the construction of the decel lane. And then the agreement shall require the construction of improvements for the eastbound right turn lane conforming with Caltrans standards. This project has been at Caltrans now for close to a year for review. And I'm hoping that the applicant's engineering firms have been following up with Caltrans to keep the review of that design moving forward. The review resumed once the city itself decided to assume responsibility and work with the property owner. We need to acquire about 600 square feet of right of way from the small house on the corner of the Alameda and 156. And we've been in negotiation evening. We have an offer for that property, and so we're following through on our part of the deal to keep the project and its design moving forward. But what we have before us, that reimbursement agreement was executed back in 2016, and what Bob and I have been working with the new owners. Devin Dalla bought the project from his uncle, Mr. Dadwell. And we've been working and both eager to get this project approved, because that's the only path forward for this project. It's been approved already, and now it's time to build it. So the terms were mandated by the court, and we can't change that. And the amendment is necessary for several reasons. The cost originally was estimated to be $200,000 and is now increased to about $830,000. We won't know until the project is bid. Previous development did not pay its fair share. So the Copperleaf development was required to pay 40% of $200,000. So, or 20% of $200,000. So we got $40,000 from Copperleaf. We should have gotten closer to, that same 20% of 830, like close to $170,000. And when the traffic engineer analyzed the traffic in August 2022, the right-hand turn lane was no longer oversized. The right-hand turn lane that's existing now was at capacity. And so when a Caltrans improvement is at capacity, it's ultimately Caltrans' responsibility to increase that capacity. But we know that can take years and years. So what the agreement does is it settles the terms so the project can move forward. Share of the right-hand turn lane for the gas station increased to 39%. We split the loss from the Copperleaf payment, that's in the terms, and then the annual payments that the city would make to the developer to replenish the 61%, right? So they're fronting 61% of this project with no interest. And what they're asking us to do is come up with $21,000 a year over 20 years with no interest. And the city is flexible, can use street fund, it can use impact fees. So if there are future developments there, we will collect impact fees for this improvement and we can apply them to this project. The agreement reads like the city is going to pay the developer. The city, I think, to the most part, is going to be passing funds from other developers through to this developer. That's the intent. And it would be worst case scenario if we started using general fund or other sources to pay this 21,000 a year. Again, we just agreed to 1.3 million on street improvements. So the $20,000, $21,000 a year is not going to end our street improvements. Should we be using those funds? So there are many project benefits, including increased sales tax revenue, and those are also outlined in the staff report. And I'll leave it to the city attorney if he wants to add anything to that, Bob.
No, I think that was an excellent presentation, and it has been a long road, literally, to get here. The costs keep increasing. As Don mentioned, the cost originally was estimated to be in the 200,000s. And now the cost for that right turn lane is over 800,000, 830,000. So these costs keep going up. So and we have committed to build the project in conjunction to build the right turn lane in conjunction with the project, so that the two will hopefully be completed at the same time. And Mr. Keith Higgins did an excellent, at least in my estimation, traffic analysis that shows the volume at that intersection now warrants, as Don remarked, now warrants the construction of a right turn lane. The developers have agreed to reimburse the city as the city expends money for the construction of the right turn lane. We would submit invoices, we get reimbursed as we go along. The developer would be responsible then at the end of 20 years, essentially only for its fair share. And as Don pointed out, then other development or other funds could be used to make the city whole for it, or to make the developer whole for its contribution. I know Mr. Phillips is here tonight, and Dr. Dalla also. Is Harmon here? Harmon, all three of the development team are here. So and I believe they're prepared to make a statement. If you guys want to say something, this would probably be a good time if that's agreeable to the council.
Thank you very much. Sure, come on up. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Cody Phillips on behalf of Alameda Enterprises. I first want to thank Don and Bob.
I'm sorry, Mayor, we can't hear anything on Zoom. Is someone speaking?
Push the big button.
That's the way.
Green is good.
Don, can we take this down and put the,
Oh, certainly.
oh, sorry. Are you working off of this presentation?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Is the green lit? Does somebody want to help him?
No, it's on. Thank you.
There we go.
Well, that's funny. Usually it's the Zoom that has the technical difficulty. Here, I thought I wasn't gonna have to worry about that. Well, thank you very much, Mayor Jordan and members of the council. I'm Cody Phillips from Anthony Lombardo and Associates in Salinas here on behalf of the owners, SJB Alameda Enterprises. And as I was mentioning, I really want to thank the city staff for their assistance in working forward on this project, specifically Don and Bob. The owners are very anxious to get this. Oops, sorry. The owners are anxious to read.
Sorry, we can't, nobody else can see you but us. If we can have the camera pointed to the podium. Excuse me, in the back, podium guy, camera guy. Hi. Thank you very much. I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay. All right.
That was nice. Thank you.
So I I don't want to belabor the point because I think Don and Bob both did an excellent job of summarizing the situation, so I won't get too much in the weeds here, but I will just give a brief overview. And that, as Don mentioned, the project was originally approved in 2014. There was the litigation appeals that occurred afterwards, ultimately culminating in a 2016 approval. The approval, both in 2014 and 2016, required that the city and the developer, then Harvey Dodwall, enter into a reimbursement agreement, which would obligate the owner to contribute $200,000 towards the construction of the turn lane. And that the owner would then be reimbursed for anything above their fair share. Obviously, the cost has changed, and what would have been our contribution to be reduced is now significantly more. That is reflected in section 1.2 of the existing agreement, which is titled Construction of the Right Turn Lane, and says that the city shall be responsible for obtaining all permits and approvals for constructing the right turn lane. The city shall construct the right turn lane concurrently with Dadwall's construction of the project, and the city shall have the right turn lane completed on or about the time Dadwall's project construction is completed. And as staff mentioned, the cost is now up to $830,000. That's obviously due to the current state of affairs, and the fact that the original estimate is 8 years old, going on maybe even 9 years. And so as a result, the owners are willing to pay for this turn lane, subject to reimbursement from the city over time for the amount in excess of their fair share. And that is consistent with the conditions of approval, condition 18 from the 2014 and 2016 approvals, which states that the applicant shall, and this is just, again, not to belabor the point, but Don pointed correctly to the findings and what the judge ordered, but the condition itself states that the applicant shall enter a reimbursable agreement with the city for the reimbursement of all costs of the improvements that are in excess of the fair share of the project's requirement to improve the right turn lane. In the condition, it didn't say right turn lane, it said deceleration lane, but that's clarified in the reimbursement agreement to say that the deceleration lane is the right turn lane. So since we saw you in July, which I think was our last meeting, we've worked with Don and Bob to develop an amendment that would effectuate basically that change, that would allow us the developers to pay upfront, get reimbursed over time, consistent with that condition, consistent with the existing agreement. The project has already been approved. As I understand it, the building permits are ready to be issued for the project. And ultimately, the owners are very eager to get moving. So with that, the applicants respectfully request that the council adopt staff's recommendation and approve this amendment to the reimbursement agreement. As Bob mentioned, the owners are here, and I think Dr. Dahl would like to say a couple of words, and our traffic engineer, Keith Higgins, is also here if there are any technical questions.
Thank you very much. Dr. Dalla.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Friels, Councilmember Freeman, Councilmember Flores. Don is here. Thank you, Bob. So I have been working on this for over almost a year and a half. So when we bought the land, me and Herman, we only knew that our fair share is only 200,000. Permits are ready. You build a gas station, you're ready to go, right? So it was even a shock for us that it's going to cost us $830,000, which is actually a city's, fair share, 61% or 70% to build it for future development and everything. So now, me and Herman, we agreed that, we'll fund this. It's going to come from our pocket, and we are just asking for the city's help that pay us over the period of years and with no interest. But project itself is a great project. We have brought Tesla, and Tesla has new EV charging, which people can charge any kind of EV charging vehicle, not just Tesla. And it's going to be 8 parking spots, 8 to 10 parking spots. They have already filed a permit, I guess, with the city of San Juan Bautista. They are working concurrently. And so I think all in all, it's a great project. We don't have any diesel in the city of San Juan Bautista, So all the farming community has to go either to, Highway 101 or back to get diesel. I think as we are moving forward, as some people have concerns that we are going to EV, so we have EV in the project, we have diesel. So we are just, here for the reimbursement agreement so we can move the project. So we are hoping the council should accept and, help us to build the project, because we have done quite a bit of a significant amount of money getting from Mr. Redwall, and we didn't knew that how it's gonna turn out. So we have traffic engineer Keith, who has been working on this project for over more than 8 or 9 years. And we kept the same, Cody and Keith for the engineering services. So he put together August 2022, all the traffic analysis, and we are paying our fair share to the max, which is 39%. And Keith can explain you much better how that affects. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We good? Norma, how much time do we have left?
I have 10 minutes exactly left on the timer.
Hi, my name's Keith Higgins. I'm a traffic engineer in Gilroy, and like it's been mentioned, I worked on the original traffic study for the environmental document and am supporting the design of the right turn lane and the cost allocation analysis. And everything's been summarized excellently. So I think rather than answer questions that aren't being asked, I'll just let you ask me a question and I'll try to answer this. That might be the most efficient way.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Flores, questions, comments, concerns of the gentleman?
I have none, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Friels.
No questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Freeman.
A couple of slides ago in the presentation that talked about also an acceleration lane, i.e. merging off of the Alameda onto 156 going east. I actually have two questions. Is that gonna be part of the deal or consideration? And the second part of the question is, that's kind of all messed up right now because Caltrans is doing the big 4-lane expansion. And it's one lane, if you've been there in the last week or two, it's
Yes.
one lane out there, it's all barricaded off, and those engineers over there are gonna have fun figuring it all out. So I'm kind of asking, I guess you to help me picturize it. Is there gonna be a merge-in lane or acceleration lane, and how are you gonna work with the new project?
Sure. Well, first of all, we did look at and first I'll start with the right turn lane. The right turn lane actually has two components. One of it is to decelerate traffic from the normal, basically freeway speeds, slow them down, and then to have some storage is the second component of the right turn lane. So when we say a deceleration lane, it includes storage and deceleration. So that's what the improvement is. And one of the reasons, I guess, maybe I'm going to answer a question that hasn't been answered. Well, how did it get from 200,000 to 830,000? Well, we had initial submittals, I think probably a half a dozen submittals to Caltrans from our first concepts from 8 years ago. And as we kept submitting, the project kept getting wider and kept getting longer. So we had basically the project size is about double what was originally conceived. So for example, we were proposing to add a 12-foot right turn lane with a 4-foot shoulder. We now have a 6-foot bike lane between the through lane and the right turn lane, and we have wider shoulders. So the project got wider and the project also got longer. They wanted a higher entry speed to be able to decelerate the traffic from. So that lengthened the project. So we have a bigger project, which is obviously going to increase cost. So as it got wider, it starts to change where the curb return radius is. And the next thing you know, we're clipping the corner of the Willie House, I think it is, on the corner right there on the Alameda. So now all of a sudden we bring in right-of-way acquisition, the process costs and the actual cost of the right-of-way itself. And we did numerous environmental studies, biology, wetlands, archaeology, paleontology. So there's been study upon study to try to get through the Caltrans permit. Caltrans allowed us to make an initial submittal of the permit process or package, which is quite an extensive package of documents, supporting documents. And then because the project, the funding, which is the point of today's discussion, the funding had not been secured. And they said because we didn't have funding secured, we didn't have that documented, they would not continue the processing of the application. So we got it about a 50% submittal stage, and that came to a screeching halt about a year ago. So that's been on hold with Caltrans. We've had some communication with them. And so we're getting geared up to start back over again. And now we're adding the right-of-way acquisition complexity to it as well. So that kind of gets us to where we are now in terms of the project itself. So that's the right turn lane. And then you were asking about the acceleration lane. And the acceleration lane, we visited that with Caltrans initially, and Caltrans didn't want to put an acceleration lane in there. And it actually didn't meet warrants for a right turn acceleration lane with the volume of traffic that was being proposed. So that's why it was just limited to the right turn deceleration lane. And so then the next thing is we have construction of the highway going on right now, the big 4-lane project. And I've had discussions with Caltrans project manager off and on for several years about how this could be coordinated, and nobody knew which project was going to go first. Now we know they beat us to getting our project started. So what's going to happen is our construction traffic management plans are going to just have to accommodate the conditions that are out there, where we no longer have the Mission Vineyard San Juan road connection. That's been closed off with the K-rail. So that means that traffic now is coming out the Alameda. So that's gonna all have to be worked into the traffic management plan. And so they'll be worked as separate projects is what will happen. But in our discussion with Caltrans, no one said anything about having to delay this construction project because of the big highway project. I don't know if that answers some of your questions.
I'm just trying to picture how it's gonna look or how it's gonna work, and I'm, you know, because it's all under construction and all narrowed down to one lane and you know, yada, yada, yada. It's, how are you gonna fit it in? I mean, how are you gonna get it back out of the gas station and onto 156 going east?
Well, right, there's already 2 lanes going eastbound through the Alameda. And what's happening, Caltrans is not doing any widening for the first, I don't know how many feet, you know, where the existing 4 lanes is, or the 2 eastbound lanes, they're going to basically just stub up to that. They're going to do a resurfacing over that existing roadway on the east side of the Alameda. So they're going to do some grinding and things like that, but they're not going to actually widen 156 immediately east of the Alameda. It's just going to be a pavement overlay.
Thank you.
Okay, so.
Thank you. Both projects are going concurrently. Is there an issue if the deceleration lane doesn't finish at the same time?
So the conditions that we shared with you require the right turn lane to be completed before the gas station opens.
Mhm.
There's a gas station and a restaurant. If the right-hand turn lane is under construction, I don't know. Right now, as it stands, your answer is that the right-hand turn lane needs to be finished before it opens.
Okay, thank you for that.
And isn't the time, I think the time is about 1 year to do it, I think.
Right, the right-hand turn lane should go much faster than the building.
Okay, great, thank you. Questions, comments, concerns from Zoom?
At this time, if there's anyone who'd like to speak on this matter, please raise your hand by using the raise hand button or press *9 for those that have dialed in. We have no hands raised, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, concerns from the chambers? Having none. I'll entertain a motion to adopt the resolution of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista approving the First Amendment to the reimbursement agreement between the city and SJB Alameda Enterprises LLC for construction of a right turn lane on State Route 156 at its intersection with the Alameda.
So moved.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Flores. May I have a second?
I'll second it. I'll second it.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Friels. May I have a roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Flores,
Yes.
Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, gentlemen. Thanks for the diesel. Thanks for the EVs. Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
They made a big. Engineers are gonna figure all that out.
Yes. Yes.
Those two guys. You're
Yeah.
gonna have some work to do on that.
Great. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you all very much. 5B, introduce an ordinance rescinding section 51165 fireworks of chapter 5.1 California Code 2001 edition and rescinding chapter 5-16 fireworks of the municipal code and adding a new chapter 516 fireworks to the municipal code to prohibit the sale, use, possession, and discharge of all fireworks within the city and imposing host liability for discharge of host liability for allowing the same. This is the first reading.
Correct. So, just my quick summary, Bob. Sure. We brought this up at our last council meeting and it did not move forward. Instead, it was staff's interpretation that the council members were to provide feedback to staff. And then staff was going to report back or even provide a modified ordinance if necessary. We did get feedback from Councilmember Freeman, who wanted to stick to last year's strategy. That came in writing. Thank you, Councilmember. In conversations with Councilmember Friels, he agreed with that strategy. In conversation with Councilmember Edge, she wanted to ban all fireworks and instead move towards a citywide fireworks celebration at the soccer field or some other appropriate location. So she wanted to ban the fireworks and in other words, adopt the ordinance as proposed. And then move towards a community-wide fireworks celebration on the 4th of July. So that's the feedback I received both in writing and verbally since we last talked about this matter.
Yeah, I would agree. This ordinance here would be a complete ban on the sale, use, possession. Essentially, there'd be no fireworks in San Juan Bautista, whether they be illegal fireworks, which are banned now, or what are commonly known as safe and sane. This would ban the safe and sane. Right now, the council has the discretion under the existing municipal code to grant a permit both for the sale and also to grant the use within the city with certain parameters. And in the last 4th of July, I believe the Anzar High Boosters Club was allowed to sell fireworks at the windmill. And then folks were allowed to use them on July 4th between certain hours. I think it was like 4 in the afternoon till 10 at night, I think. Council would not have to do anything to retain that same discretion for each year. The reason we're bringing this, I think, back again is if the decision is ultimately made to ban fireworks, it's probably good that everybody knows that well in advance. We don't want to wait till, June and then drop that on everybody. So that's why it's kind of getting monotonous to bring it back, but, I think I've said enough.
Thank you for that clarification. Are we experiencing technical difficulty? Can everybody still see us?
Everything's coming through clear on Zoom here.
The Zoom is working. For some reason, the free software that we had for the camera system has ended our free trial. Yeah. And I've never used that software before, so.
Norma, can you see us?
Yeah, and I'm still seeing it in live motion.
Okay.
Yes, because I see that Councilmember Freeman is moving. Perfect. Yep. It's live, coming through live for us.
Right, but our
Thank you.
cable broadcast is not going out.
Okay.
So I'm not sure what to do about that. Because that's CMAP's responsibility. So let me try and relaunch it and see if that helps. Sorry,
Please sit by. We're going to take a 5-minute break.
there you go.
Thank you.
Okay, here's a new code for you. Guys, it's asleep again or what?
Now, my daughter lives in San Diego, so she and her husband are really jazzed. Yeah. Padre fans, it's like being a Met fan. You go a long time between games. Between playoff games, put it that way. Football. He listened to him. Or actually above the hill. That's what I've heard. I'm not certain. Okay. One more football and basketball.
Oh, that's a sad note. I lost track. Hi, welcome back. Okay, we're on 5B still, right?
Yes, fireworks.
Okay, questions, comments, concerns? Did we do that already? Vice Mayor Flores?
I don't have any concerns. I'll just go with whichever way the majority goes.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Friels?
I still in favor of doing what we did last year. Let the high school sell and then have a limited time using the legal fireworks.
Thank you.
And to follow up on that, I am too. My theory is that if you ban everything, the illegal fireworks and people who shoot them off are gonna be still there and even worse. And then they'll bring the people who wouldn't do the illegal fireworks into the mix, and it gets even worse. It's better to have like what I call the pressure relief valve, or 1 day a year, 4th of July, 5 hours of that day, let them have at it, have some fun, have the fire department standing by, have our cops out, security force chasing down the illegal fireworks, because those are the ones that make most of the noise and cause most of the problems. So just do it like last year.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, concerns from Zoom?
Thank you for attending tonight. For those that would like to speak on this matter, now is the time to raise your hand by using the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. For those that have dialed in, please press *9. You will be brought into the meeting, and at that time, unmute yourself and your 3-minute timer will start. So I am bringing in Angela Crawley. Angela, when you unmute yourself, your 3-minute time will start.
Welcome,
Good
Angela.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. I am the principal at Anzar High School. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me. I hope that you do not ban fireworks in the city of San Juan Bautista. The sale of fireworks brought in between $10,000 and $12,000 for our athletics program in the past couple of years. Each year we bring in $10,000 to $12,000. So banning fireworks would significantly impact our athletics program. If you do choose to ban fireworks, I hope that you'll work with us to come up with some citywide fundraiser that we can do to help support our athletics program. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, if anyone else would like to speak, now's the time to raise your hand. And Lisa, I'm bringing you in.
Lisa, hi,
Hi.
welcome.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Lisa O'Callahan, and I'm a parent of a few students at Anzar High. I just want to also just back up what Angela Crowley mentioned. I just really appreciate your support in allowing the sale of it's currently TNT fireworks. I think last year worked excellent the way the city had it set up, where there was a certain amount of time allowed for the legal fireworks to be used. I feel like most of the residents and customers that came to the booth followed the instructions that the city set out. And it just will hugely impact Anzar if we cannot have that fundraiser. So I just really urge you to allow Anzar boosters to still have the fireworks booth. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, we have no other hands raised at this time, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Any questions, comments, and concerns from the chambers? Come on down. State your name, please.
Christina Hastings. I have no association with the fireworks or with the school, but I believe there might be a way to not ban the fireworks and have those who are using it as fundraisers to be able to still profit from the fireworks as long as they abide by the legal fireworks. And I know the schools are struggling and they need this funding. So I oppose it. Thank you.
You oppose
The banding.
the banning. Thank you
Yeah.
very much. The banning of them. Thank you. Come on down. Please state your name.
Korea.
Welcome.
I understand the situation with the schools, but we need to understand we're in an extreme drought and this town is a tinderbox. So I would really like you to have a second thought about that. And this year there was a lot of activity, especially in my neighborhood. And I called both the sheriff's department and the security company and neither one responded. So I'm, just want you to think about that aspect, that we're in a severe drought and this town's a tinderbox. And I happen to have PTSD because I was through the Sonoma County fires in 2017 through 2020. So I know what it's like. So I would like you to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, comments, concerns from the chambers? Come on down. Please state your name.
My name is Milton Broussard. Obviously, I'm with the fireworks company. I've had the privilege of working with Anzar High School for the last 3 or 4 years of having this area. They've been a delight to work for. They're a very organized organization out of all the ones I operate throughout from the East Bay on down. They do a great job as far as setup, cleanup. A lot of people feel like it's just an easy fundraiser, but there is a lot of work involved in doing this. I was surprised to find out that the majority of the high school students at Anzar are in the athletic program that benefits from the sale of state-approved fireworks, about 45%. That's a lot of kids. And it's a lot of kids that would be losing out on this funding. Again, eliminating this fundraiser, I'd like to obviously deter you from that because of the work that we do. I got into this business after operating a stand for 5 years for my kids' Little League. And it's really on my heart to really help a lot of the nonprofits that we work with. So I would like to encourage you not to ban fireworks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm surprised to see that they still got $10,000 to $12,000 this year and we shortened it by 2 or 3 days. That's pretty amazing.
I drove by the other day and football practices. Looks like they've doubled the size of their team.
Yeah.
Because it's an Ironman football, so it's 6 or 9 guys. And it looks like they've doubled. So that's a good thing. And didn't their volleyball program go to the championships or close to it?
The girls volleyball team is undefeated. You assume they go to.
Yeah, they should. It's just a shame that they have to do these outside fundraisers to fund sports.
Yeah, I agree with that. And again, selling them is great. I don't know that I agree with the actual lighting of Safe and Sane and definitely banning illegals. But let's have a vote. Oh no, this is the first reading and we're going to bring it back next month for possible adoption. There would be a vote on whether we're going to do ban of all or include Safe and Sane and sale.
I move that we go forward with the sale of the fireworks and the use under that time constraint that we had from last year. And Don, what was the time constraint?
It was in the afternoon until 10 p.m.
Okay.
3 or 4 to 10, something like that.
Yeah, we
Just want to make sure I get it out loud.
Motion here. See, this was the 2022-39, the time, the date of July 4th, 2022, commencing at noon and ending at 10 p.m. Shall be the dates and times during which it will be lawful for any person over 18 to set off fireworks.
I'd like to narrow the window until 5 p.m. to 10 p.m.
Okay, so this would be this would be normally a resolution we would bring to you probably in May.
Okay, but can I,
But I mean,
is that something I can do? Mainly because fuel moistures are going up, humidity is going up towards 5, fog may be rolling in. That's, I'm just, rather than at 12 o'clock.
I think,
We would need a new resolution, so.
yes,
we
I
have to
think
go
we
back.
would, I think we would need, as soon as I can find my agenda, here it is. We would probably need a new, because anybody reading the agenda right now would be here tonight to determine whether the council was gonna prohibit sale, use, possession. So I think if you wanted to change the parameters of what, in other words, not introduce the ordinance tonight, direct staff to bring back an ordinance similar to what was done, that would just be direction to staff.
okay, we could do that.
Yeah, because we're way ahead of schedule, right?
I'm only by about.
We're not doing this we're not doing this the
Yeah.
1st of July, so.
Yeah,
So, yeah, that would be great. Yeah.
But back in whenever we did the ordinance, I think the direction at that time was to bring back an ordinance banning this following year. That's what we did.
so the
Window would be from 5 to 10.
well, we're just discussing whether or not we are going to bring this back as a second reading and possible adoption as a no sale, no use.
And there's no motion on the floor right now, and perhaps there needn't be a motion. I mean, the council doesn't want to.
So it would be the first reading next month, to be absolutely clear.
With the new,
Because we have a new ordinance with a new set of times, that would be the first reading.
Correct.
Correct. So we have to make a motion on this,
actually, we could just dive.
Right. right? So that's what we're gonna do.
Okay.
So if I may,
Go ahead. Thanks, Norma.
if you're wanting to kill this, make a motion to table indefinitely.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay,
Just
so
do it.
move.
Just do it.
Table indefinitely.
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a,
Bob, you agree with that?
I do. That's
Thank you.
parliamentary procedure. That's correct.
thank you for making the motion that we
I think
needed.
technically Roberts refers to it as laying it on the table.
Laying it on the table indefinitely, correct.
Thank you. Yes.
So,
So the motion would be to lay this matter on the table.
Thank you very much. That's the motion presented by Council Member Friels, seconded by Council Member Freeman. May I have a roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Flores,
Yes.
Councilmember Friels,
yes.
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. It's tabled indefinitely.
And just so the direction would be then that we bring back a resolution, which would be the 2022 resolution governing the 2023 4th of July holiday, keeping the sale the same, parameters of the sale, but changing the time for use of Safe and Sane. Right now, we said we'd start at noon and end at 10,
Yes, 5 to 10.
5 p.m. to 10 p.m.
Yes.
Okay.
So each year we're required to bring a resolution forward on behalf of the Anzar Booster Club. So we've been doing that for 20 plus
Right,
years.
we'd be bringing this back. We'd just be bringing it, we'd bring it early. We could bring it in November, so this council, which has had plenty of time to look at all this, could go ahead and adopt it. Then later on, between now and July, if something changed, things could change. It's only a resolution. It's not an ordinance.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
5C, professional services for historic preservation.
Thank you. This matters for Brian.
There's,
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. This is not proposed as a resolution for professionals to employ professional services from a particular company, but just an authorization for staff to select professional services from among qualified firms or individuals to perform essential historic preservation consulting services for the city. And there are three categories of things that we would like a consultant for historic preservation to undertake for us. We would like a person to assess documents and current practices regarding historic preservation, our ordinances, our practices, our procedures vary, in terms of the consistency of their application, although they're very well spelled out in the ordinance. The ordinance is pretty exhaustive in terms of the steps that we have to take, the considerations that we have to make, and the resources that we have to pull from in order to make simple decisions regarding paint or whether a particular sign is appropriate, materials to use in rehabilitation or renovation, or even materials that might be used for simple maintenance activities. So we would like to have some professional assistance to help us to advise applicants regarding application of standards and guidelines. We have our historic preservation ordinance policies and procedures call for the referral of people to the Secretary of the Interior standards for these matters. And if anyone's ever looked at those guidelines with respect to a particular project, understanding how complicated a decision can be regarding what's appropriate and what's not. It's very important for us to get it right because as we know, while we have 3 historic districts here and we have structures that are located outside these districts, it's a small area, and the character defining features of this small area can be disrupted very easily with a few mistakes. And so what we would like to do is have a consistent, reliable way to refer applicants and to enable staff to get feedback regarding applications, and also to make recommendations to our Historic Resources Board regarding training and other resources that will enable them to do their discretionary decision-making and their referrals to Planning Commission more easily and with greater confidence. We've had, I think that we're pretty lucky so far. We have had consultants that come on board to advise us regarding some pretty sensitive applications just this past year. And I think we're lucky to have been able to call upon consultants that we understood to be highly qualified for these purposes, But to have somebody available to help us advise applicants on a routine basis would be really valuable. And I think serve the community very well, given how important historic resources are to the community. We have general plan policies, we have an historic San Juan Bautista plan, and we also have design guidelines, all of which point to the importance of historic resources review, so that when we have applications for change, we understand exactly what we should be looking for. And so this authorization would enable staff to select a consultant that we believe would be especially qualified to help us with document assessment, on-call historic preservation services, people that we can refer people to. And when we get an application with a report, we would refer that report to our on-call consultant for third-party review. So this would be a person who we feel is especially qualified to undertake that particular task. We can use, a list prepared by Monterey County, for example, an exhaustive list of historic architectural historians for consultant services. However, we really believe that consistency and reliability are very important here, in addition to having someone who's highly qualified. And I'm concerned that the city maintain its certified local government status. And that involves, paying careful attention to our training, our resources that we call upon, and resources that might be available through the State Office of Historic Preservation and other resources for rehabilitation of resources. So staff's recommending that the City Council authorize the city manager to execute a contract for professional services related to our historic preservation program. That's the staff report. By the way, we also, in your staff report, we have listed the unique qualifications we think would apply: an MA in historic preservation, broad and varied consulting experience as architectural historian of record, significant experience in local government historic preservation programming and support, including work with boards, review boards and resources boards, a substantial working knowledge of Secretary of the Interior standards and guidelines, and qualifications as historian and architectural historian under the Secretary of the Interior's professional qualification standards, and that's 36 CFR Part 61. So we're looking for somebody who's experienced and highly qualified. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, concerns from the council? Vice Mayor Flores.
No comments.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Friels.
A couple things, when I was on the planning commission and the historic resource board, this was one of my biggest fears as a member of the historic resource board. And it's why I pushed the separation of the two. I didn't want to miss something of historic significance, and even as equal, I didn't want to make somebody jump through hoops in the historic realm if their structure wasn't historic. And it was a lot of speculation, and rules changed. They went from 50 years to drop down to 45 years or something. So yeah, that's tough to keep up with. And it's constantly changing. So I would love to have somebody in my ear on this subject. I mean, it's super important for us. I mean, we see these. I'm preparing to do some major battlefield tours, and a lot of them are being paved over, and we don't want, our historic significance to be paved over. So I think this is a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Freeman.
I basically agree with Scott. I just have a couple of, maybe just one question. What's the financial, impact to the city of this? How much is this consultant gonna cost us on an approximate per year basis?
That's a very good question. What we hope to achieve here is a first run budget that would be considered at the mid-year budget review for this purpose. You know, given the you know, we've only had a few applications come through Historic Resources Review and Planning Commission, but you know, we get questions all the time as staff, and so the last question I had was with respect to, you know, what would be required for a building downtown to how to select a paint palette for a particular building, and that question was easily resolved. It didn't take more than a few minutes for the person I was consulting with to answer that question. I think that a lot of the costs will be borne by applicants who come in with projects that require historic resources review. For example, at 903 3rd Street, which the Planning Commission just approved for reconstruction, you know, we did bill the applicant for those services. The applicant provided the initial report, but we also billed the applicant for peer review and also a subsequent peer review. So 2 peer reviews and the initial report. So we're expecting a lot of these costs to be borne by applicants, as you might expect. But then there's some, we don't want a consultant to provide administrative services to the city. We want this consultant to be our expert of record regarding this particular topic, not to run the program. That's our job, and we're quite capable of doing that. It's the topic area and the subject matter that we need to have greater confidence, because just we're not skilled in this area. So I think we're looking at maybe $25,000, certainly not more than the city manager is authorized to contract for services initially. And then if all goes well, we'll be able to prepare a better estimate for next year's budget. But I think that we're going to have an estimate around that area, you know, at mid-year, and then we'll see how it goes. But we'll be, you know, working with this person very closely to figure out what an appropriate budget should be for the next budget year and at mid-year. I know that's a very vague answer.
Thank you. No further questions.
I have a couple of questions. There's several acronyms in here. And I'm an acronym person. CLG, I'm guessing is certified local government.
That's correct.
And what is that status? Recommendations regarding maintenance of our CLG status?
Yeah, we file an annual report every year. It summarizes the trainings that our Historic Resources Board members go to. You know, it talks about the qualifications of our Historic Resources Review Board, asks us to talk about projects and enhancements to our historic resources preservation program. It asks us to evaluate our current inventory and also to report to the State Office of Historic Preservation through these annual audits regarding any new properties that we've added to our historic resources register. And you know, when I was first hired, I asked our local historical society where our register is, and it's very confusing regarding whether we have a register, whether the register is just limited to structures and districts that are in the national register and in the state register, or whether it's other things that we want to put on that register that are locally significant, that are important to everyone. So all of that goes into this report that we submit to State Office of Historic Preservation that keeps our certified local government status intact. And that status gives us some opportunities for resources and training that we wouldn't otherwise have at a discount.
Great, thank you very much for that. On page 2, assist the HRB and staff in preparing the annual status report to SHPO.
Yeah, and that's the State Office of Historic Preservation that I mentioned just a minute ago.
And recommend useful CPF.
California Preservation Foundation provides trainings during the year for our members.
Okay, thank you for all of that. And then staff anticipates approximately $25,000 during the first year. Do you have someone in mind? Are you asking us to execute a contract or to move forward with selecting somebody for services?
No, actually, what we're suggesting is that City Council authorize us to move ahead with the program. We will look at qualifications that meet the standards in the staff report, and we'll select someone that we believe meets these qualifications and then move forward to work with that person to develop a scope report. You know, we would like to hire a particular person, but we're also not going to limit our review of other individuals or company qualifications, you know, that would meet the qualifications in the staff report. So we think we know who we want, but we need to work through that process and select someone that we feel would be best for us.
So you're just asking the council if we'll let you think about doing this?
We're asking
there's
this.
no ask
Yeah.
for money, there's no ask for professional services.
Right. That
I
will
don't know how to
appear-
make a motion on this.
Okay, so the motion that we're asking the city council is to authorize the city manager to execute a contract for the services outlined in the staff.
To somebody whom we don't know for something we don't know what.
Well, you know what we're going to do, it's laid out in the staff report as if it's the scope of work. If the city council would like us to bring back a particular selection for authorized services, that's something that we can do. My understanding is the city manager has the ability to select consultant assistants below a certain level. So that would be what we're recommending.
Well, I can say that I'm all for having professional services for historic preservation here. Are you, Councilmember Friels? Are you, Councilmember Freeman? Are you, Vice Mayor Flores? All for having somebody with professional services for historic preservation?
I'm for it. However, I think that we need to include our local historical society in there with our historical group.
Yes, and they are included in the scope of work that we're outlining in the staff.
Yeah, absolutely. So it sounds like the council is all for us having professional services to help with historic preservation. So I don't know that actually needs a motion or what to make a motion on. Bob, Norma, will help.
Well,
sorry,
motion-
Brian.
That's okay.
So
The-
my
the-
understanding from the staff report that I'm getting is Brian has presented to you in this staff report a scope that the staff is going to look at to provide a selection for consulting for professional services for historical preservation. A motion that the council can make moving forward is accepting these scopes and elements and approving and authorizing the city manager to execute a contract for professional services for historical preservation. So
Did you write all that down?
That's right. I'll type that really fast. So you're accepting the scope as presented before you in the staff report. and authorizing the city manager to execute a contract. That's what I'm understanding Brian is requesting tonight.
And that would be
That's
contract
correct.
not to exceed the city manager's contract authority.
Yeah, very important. Yeah.
Correct. And just to clarify, at mid-year, we will evaluate those services, and then if you know, we need more or less, we'll make a recommendation to council then, and in next year's budget as well. We'll do the same kind of evaluation.
And that could be set as two separate motions. It could be set as one, like you could say, I'm accepting the scope of work. But I mean, the request is one motion doing both those things. It's up to the council to decide your comfort of this request. But I do also want to reiterate, and then I'll shush, is the city attorney general legal counsel did state that this would be below the city manager's authority. So if a professional services contract comes forward and it is over that, it would be coming back to council. Is that correct, city manager and assistant city manager?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I did hear that right then. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. What am I paying here? Okay, anybody want to make that motion?
I'll
To
make that motion.
If we're making a motion, we have not received.
Oh, we haven't had any discussion. Does anybody out there in Zoom land have anything, questions, comments, concerns?
Okay, thank you. We do have some hands raising here, but anyone else who has joined us and would like to speak on this matter, please raise your hand by using the raise hand button. Or if you've called in, press *9. So I'll bring the first person in. EJ, once you unmute yourself, your 3-minute time will start.
Thank you, EJ. Welcome.
I think I'm unmuted. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. I'm confused as well, right there with the mayor. It sounds like what's being asked is that the city staff is asking to execute a contract and do the selection process on their own without the city council voting or knowing on specifically who that contract is executed with. I don't know if I can get an answer on that, or maybe somebody on the council agrees with that, with wanting that clarification, but that's what it's sounding like to me.
Thank you for that.
Okay, we have someone else coming in here. This is phone number. I'm bringing you in, ending in 2269.
Hi, welcome. State your name, please.
Yes, hi, this is Jackie Morris Lopez.
Hi, Jackie, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree, there's a little confusion here. I believe, if I understand, that there is the need for professional services because we are volunteers. You know, our historical society does a wonderful job, but I think the help of a professional is much needed. And I'm speaking as a resident and a planning commissioner, but I also am confused as to whether or not this is going into a contract agreement with an actual firm or an individual. I can share that we had questioned that maybe this needs to go out and attract applicants instead of maybe an individual that the city or staff has in mind. But I believe it's two different things. The task and the position is needed, but at this time, I'm not clear whether or not they're asking for a contract with an individual, which should be discussed further and also go out to open recruitment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Questions, comments, concerns? Oh, I'm sorry. Do we have anybody else on Zoom?
We do not have any other hands raised at this time.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, and concerns from anyone in the chambers? Come on down. Please state your name for the record.
Patricia Baines.
Hi,
and
welcome.
Thank you. As a property owner of historic properties, I think this is an excellent idea to have an expert versus opinions and ambiguity of terminology and speculation. If we had uniformity, consistency, that would build a credibility of when we have to go as property owners to the historic society or whatever are planning. Because right now, the ambiguity is off the chart. Everybody's interpreting things the way they feel like they should go on that particular day. So if we have an expert, then I think that would be a lot easier for the property owners to have confidence in what's being done.
Thank you very much. Well said. Okay. Again,
So Mayor, I
I'm
think.
sorry, we have one more. Please come on down. State your name for the record, please.
Stephanie Correa, and I as well agree. I think what Brian was trying to say, if I'm not mistaken, is that there's just a very, very small pool of qualified individuals that do this type of work. And I believe there are many of those are from Monterey County. And so that's, I think maybe when he said they had someone in mind, I think that there's maybe just 2 or 3. So I just thought maybe I'd throw that out there just to clarify things.
Thank you very much. Okay, so. Sorry. Come on down. State your name for the record, please.
Christina Hastings. I also agree with this with Brian. It will clarify to getting an expert in town to see and help the Historical Society or work with the Historical Society to get clarification. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to keep looking up. Anybody else in chambers? Okay, no further comment from the chambers. Brian, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to answer a few of the questions. Yes, the question, EJ Sabatia's question regarding what we're asking the city council to do is to authorize execution of the contract with the for professional services without the city council knowing at this moment who we will choose. So that is what's being requested here. We thought, maybe mistakenly, I don't know, we'll see, that exposition in some detail of the scope of work and the qualifications that we're looking for would provide some comfort there. And if not, of course, we would bring back, a recommendation for a particular firm based on staff administered process for selecting somebody that we would recommend. So we're prepared to do that if council wishes. Of course.
Thank you for that. Okay, so I guess one way of stating this would be to accepting this scope of work for professional services for historic preservation. Another one would be to authorize the city manager to execute a contract not to exceed the city manager's authorized limit for contract services, or we can ask for the first part and a recommendation be brought back to the council. Am I understanding that?
That sounds right. Those
Okay.
choices.
Yay. Whoa. Okay, so do I have a motion?
So moved.
Wait, which one?
Yeah.
Accepting the scope of work and bringing back a recommendation, or accepting the scope of work for anybody not to exceed?
with a not to exceed of $25,000, just the scope of work for anybody that's qualified.
Say that again, Don.
Right, that's our goal, is to find someone that meets this criteria. And happy to share that resume with you when we have.
I
Perfect.
second that motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Freeman and Vice Mayor Flores. To accept the scope of work for professional services for historic preservation and authorizing the city manager to execute a contract not to exceed the city manager's authorized limit for contract services of $25,000. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Flores,
Yes.
Councilmember Freels,
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. 5D, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista declaring a public nuisance to exist on the parcel commonly known as 451 San Juan Hollister Road and directing the city manager to post, publish, and mail notice of hearings to consider abatement of said public nuisance. City manager.
This project, and the property owner we worked with them for now at least, well, since I've been here for 3 years, and since before I got here, it was not, never has been an easy process. But I think since Bob Rathie has been here and working on this, we've tried our best to give as many options as we can. We accepted agreements proposed from their attorney that they would not execute. And well, the story has many sides, and I have not been involved in the details as much as either Bob or Brian. So Bob, if you want to lead this conversation, I'd appreciate that and happy to support you.
I'll try to do that and then ask Brian to fill in what I miss. We've had a fitful series of stops and starts on the project, on the violation, I should say, that really go back to an initial violation that apparently took place in 2019. There was efforts at that time to remedy that violation. It was never closed out. Subsequent to that, in 2022, there was further activity on the property that was in violation of the city's floodplain ordinance, specifically that grading activities and moving the spoils around the property was done without a permit. And also in the 2022 violation, the San Juan Creek watershed was impacted by the deposition of spoils in that area. The property is in a floodplain. It's within the floodplain as described in the staff report. We have tried several different times, as Don mentioned, to enter into agreements where the city would be reimbursed for its cost, and we would work with the property owner, which is Colta Farms Limited Liability Company, and work together in trying to get this violation remedied. Initially, we were trying to get it remedied by the rainy season, which we were anticipating to occur right about this time. Hopeful, but that didn't possibly that's a good thing that it didn't take place, because the hydrology of the creek does need to be understood at this time. The idea being that the property that is within the floodplain needs to be returned to the topographic configuration that it was on the 2018 condition. And so that we need to have a study done of how that can be done, what needs to be done, and how it can be done. Also, that would also involve the creek at this point. The city has already hired a civil engineering firm of Schaff and Wheeler to assist us in making some of those determinations. However, we've not completed the Schaff and Wheeler study at this point, simply because we don't have an agreement to be reimbursed for that. If we would to proceed under the nuisance section of the municipal code, that would give us, I'll say, an alternative avenue to remedy this violation ourselves. This would be the first step in going down that path tonight. We would have to declare the property a nuisance. There would then be a notice provided to the property owner, 15 days, and then there would be a public hearing at your November meeting, presumably at your November meeting, at which the city manager would then be given instruction to abate the nuisance. During this process, there's still a potential that we can work with the property owner if they're willing to make the city whole. The city can't be out of pocket for the costs, which are beginning to be quite substantial. Right now, I believe it's in the staff report here, an amount of about $33,000. The owner has made some payments. There were 2 payments made that I'm aware of. And we have met, or we've talked to the owner about a dispute that the owner has with some of the city's prior charges. I think we've indicated that we're willing to look at those prior charges, but at this point, I think the staff's recommendation is that we pursue a parallel track of enforcement that does not require the owner's acquiescence. The city would be able to do it. This would be a relatively complex remediation project just because of the nature of a floodplain violation, but it's not beyond the city's ability to accomplish, I don't believe. And I'll leave it to Brian if you want to add to that, Brian.
Yeah, just a bit. Not too much. I think it's pretty clear from the record what's happened here. We did notice this violation, which was on top of a previous violation in March of this year. We did notify the applicant. We proceeded to work with the applicant to identify the remedy, which is a development permit under the floodplain ordinance. Development permit is a discretionary permit. And as a discretionary permit brings to bear not only a remedy, but also the way that remedy is accomplished. And that remedy has to be accomplished in accordance with rules and regulations that the city has, but also rules and regulations that other agencies have. Army Corps of Engineers and California Department of Fish and Wildlife. As a discretionary permit, the California Environmental Quality Act comes into the picture as part of that permit. And then those agencies would consult with the city in that context. The applicant has submitted an application for development permit. It's been rejected as incomplete because the information required by the ordinance for issuance of that permit was not submitted with the paperwork. So we're compelled to reject that and not reject it by sending it back, but reject it by telling the applicant that it's not acceptable for filing as currently submitted. So the remedy that the applicant has available is pretty far away at this point with respect to the information that we have. And that is why this declaration of public nuisance is appropriate at this point. And as city attorney said, we have been and still will be willing to work with the applicant to process that development permit with the appropriate information that will ensure that the city is not subject to future litigation or challenge by the way that we conduct that review. So as a discretionary permit, the city is really responsible for how that's done. And so that's the care that we expect as we process that. And again, that is why this declaration is appropriate right now.
Thank you for
I
that,
just
Brian.
want to add just one small point. During the long back and forth negotiations concerning this matter, there's always been a position taken that, well, the city needs to tell me exactly what I need to do to clean up this violation. And I believe the notice to abate, which is the notice that would be posted on the property, if the council were to take the action recommended tonight to declare the property a public nuisance. This notice, which we've worked on with quite some time, sets out pretty clearly the corrective actions, the conditions and the corrective actions as is required by the terms of the municipal code.
Thank you. Questions, comments, concerns from the council? Actually, do we want to hold off on that for a moment? Is the owner of the property here? Come on up. You have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Burden, Councilmember Freeman, Councilmember Freelies, and Vice Mayor Flores. My name is Maria Orozco. I am the owner to Colta Farms, or manager Colta Farms, owner to Midnight Express, owner to the property at 451 Old San Juan Hollister Road. And I do appreciate that you guys are bringing this to this matter so I can at least give you my side of what has been going on and how I have been willing to work with the city. It just has not been clear what approach I'm supposed to be taking. I did get a violation from Fish and Wildlife for expanding the culvert without permission. I did not know I needed permissions. The first time I've ever had a property where, you know, there's things that, you know, I'm gonna develop and I'm always dealing with just houses, not really a property with nothing on it. The Fish and Wildlife did come out. Kyle's Warning Kyle Summer came out and he took a look at, you know, the thing, they gave me a valid violation and I proceeded to do whatever they wanted me to do. They asked me to do an application and to submit some information and they did clear the violation. I have a copy of it. I have submitted a copy to you as well, with the letter A, Exhibit A on it. And it does say that, you know, it's clear there's no more further thing to be seen right there. They're okay with what I submitted and that should be cleared already. With the violation that I had for grading, I did have a permit. I did apply for a permit for grading. That's Exhibit B, permit number 74. There was a misunderstanding, misconception what that permit was allowing me to do. I filled out that permit myself, the application, and I thought I was just supposed to submit a civil plan. I submitted my building plan that I had already had a building permit for. And I thought the city was going to use the topo from that and be able to determine if I can bring 30,000 yards of dirt. If you notice on Exhibit B, the application is right behind it, and it does say that I was requesting the 30,000 yards of dirt to be able to elevate the property and also to use it for somewhat for the warehouse that we were going to build. The application was obviously looked over with the city engineer. At the time, I believe her name was Julie, and was signed, and Manura, I think I said her name wrong, but Manura, she gave me the permit. I did have concern when they gave me the permit because it said prepare pad elevation for future warehouse. And I told her that my intentions are not to use it for that. And she said, it's okay, you know, just go ahead and use it anyway. And I go, wait a second, I don't want a red tag. So I would like that to be clarified. So she scratched it out and she put her initials. And I believed I had a grading permit. I started bringing dirt in, and apparently one of my neighbors called code enforcement and said that I was impacting the floodplain. I understand the concern. What I don't understand and why they gave me the approval of the permit. If 30,000 yards is way so much dirt for it to be anything to do with the warehouse. I think the warehouse needed about 300 yards at the most. And so it was a misunderstanding. Don did tell me a couple of days before that I couldn't elevate the property, but yet still when they called me that the permit was ready, I was like, okay, well, maybe they looked at it again and maybe they allowed it after all. So it was a misunderstanding. Partly my fault, partly the city engineers for not being clear or not asking the questions that probably needed to be asked. So we got a violation for that. With that violation, we did have to go through the process of developing a remediation plan. And I hired civil engineer, San Benito civil engineer, Ann Hall, to do that for me. It did take a little bit of time to be able to come up with the plan because COVID had just hit. It was, they were overwhelmed with work. There was things that couldn't be done. So it did take us a little bit of time for us to come up with how we're going to remove it, where it was going to be placed. And then finally we did talk to the city and, came to a clarity where they wanted that dirt to be placed. They said we can stockpile it on our property, and they gave us grading permit number 109, which is your guys's exhibit G. During this process as well, we were in communication with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and Fish and Wildlife. Fish and Wildlife did not give us a violation for anything within the floodplain. I think their jurisdiction is limited to the creek, I believe. And, but the U.S. Army Corps did come out. They did a delineation. We hired another company as well to do delineation to try to figure out how much of our property is actually wetland. And I also put an exhibit of that, exhibit E, and D has some relevance to it, and C. And so they're still trying to study and figure out what exactly is wetlands and what's this jurisdiction of wetlands on my property. They want rain to come in so they can see some more vegetation, so they can reach a decision. But U.S. Army Corps did say that for the time being, they're going to keep the area that they believe it's already on the end of NWC, I think it's called, as wetlands. So we tried resolving this issue with this violation. We did get the dirt, we did put it in a pile. We did have Terry DeLu come out and take pictures. And I think you guys have a picture of that in your guys' thing. This is a picture where you guys have it piled up right here. They had us cover it with plastic and erosion control and everything. And they took a picture of it. I asked Terry what I needed to do next. And he goes, oh, just go ahead and call Minnie. And, they'll tell you whatever else they need. I called Minnie. Minnie said she was going to talk to Julie. And from there, I never heard about it again. So I thought we had resolved the situation. There was nothing else asked from us. If it was something that they wanted us to resolve further, then I would expect that a call or something saying, hey, you guys need to do something else. So that's with that violation. With the violation that we currently have, which is we were moving dirt on our property. I do not deny that. We did move dirt. We were disking, we were moving. We put a trench, we were putting some water. I did alter the embankment. I do not deny that. But I think the main focus of what I'm understanding with the city is that they think that I brought more dirt onto the property because it keeps on coming up of imported dirt. I didn't bring anything. I don't have no imported dirt. The dirt that I had imported is on the side where they allowed me to put it at. On the embankment, we have been waiting for California Department of Fish and Wildlife to come back with their study because they came out in June. And Warden Kyle Summer came out with environmentalist James Kitch. I believe the city has been in contact with them as well. And they performed a study. I thought they had jurisdiction and, we're waiting for their study before they can give me direction. I am more than willing to work with the city and do what the city wants, but it's not clear. We move the bar we go what they want us to do, and then it's moved further. They wanted a study. Brian said he wanted full control. So I had already a proposal study from Schaffenwiller back in August of, I think it was 2021, to get a study done for, it was August, here it is. It's on P, I'm sorry. So on August 26, 2021, I had asked for a study from Schaffenwiller or proposal. because I wanted to see if I can bring brought my property out of the floodplain into an X zone. This would have covered the impact to creeks or whatever on my property. We didn't proceed with it because then I ended up with having a partner that he said, we're not gonna do that right now. He didn't want to fund it. So I'm like, okay, we'll lay off of it. But when this violation happened, I told Brian, hey, well, I already have a quote. Can we just go with this one? Can I just hire Schaff and Wheeler and we can do that? And then it would work two purposes. He said no.
You have 5 minutes remaining.
He said no, that he wanted to continue to keep, he wanted to be control of it. They came up with a study for a quote on May 9th. And from Schaff and Wheeler, the city did. And that's also an exhibit here too. And then they changed it because it was going to be a visual. Now it's going to be a drone flight. And they came up with another study quote. And then I'm all like, okay, well, we'll do that one. We did it. It has already been done. And I have been asking for the actual draft or the study of it. And it has not been supplied to us. They keep on saying that they need the reimbursement agreement. And I'm like, give me the bill for the study and I will give you the amount. I'll pay it off. They don't want to do that. They said it's in draft form. Now you have to agree to another study because the first study didn't cover what they wanted. I'm okay with doing these studies. I probably need it anyway. But the thing is that the goal line keeps on moving and this reimbursement agreement is not really clear. What do I actually own the city? If you guys see on Exhibit T, it's a pretty big packet of invoices that were billed like in 5 months, 6 month, 1 year increments. And some of these bills, CSG is billing the city a certain amount of money, but it's not really specified what they're billing for my project. So it really gets really hard to know what am I going to pay back if I don't even know what am I supposed to be paying. And I have already explained to Brian my concerns. And he went as far as saying that my stuff that I sent him was at best cryptic. And that if I'm going to be questioning the bills, then they're payable immediately. I even called CSG to see if I can get some clarity with them. Maybe we can clarify, I can pay what I own and we can move forward. They don't want to do that. They said that Brian told them to stop. So, I mean, I don't know exactly what I'm supposed to pay from this because from my understanding, the city has for the billing, when you get a permit, if you see Exhibit U, my building permit already has planning reviews. It has fees for those kind of things. Why am I getting charged again? I don't understand. And this is what I've asked to be explained to me. If you can explain to me why I'm getting charged and what exactly I need to pay for, then we can be at a clear standing. But they want to come up with this agreement that I'm supposed to sign that is way beyond actually paying. What it states is more so an open check to the city with unlimited control of studies that can be performed at my cost. I can't afford that. And not only that, it states about me not being able to sue the city for discrimination, for defamation. I don't know why that wording is in there, but it is. I can't sign something like that. I will agree to pay. I'm willing to work with the city, but I do need some clarity. I did take some time and I had to pay extra, but I did have Cali Engineer do me a study of my property, a topographic study, and compare it to the one that we did in 2018. There is very little change. And if you guys want to see it close by, it's like inches, which is, excuse me, in the blue, it's a negative difference. In the
1 minute.
So, I mean, if Brian would give us the study that Schaff and Wheeler already did, and we could compare to what we have, if there's a great issue, then I would assume that we can work it out, but he refuses to give clarification for the billing. He refuses to give a study. He refuses to give us the actual bill for Schaff and Wheeler. I don't believe my property is a nuisance. I just have not had clear direction and there has not been follow-up. I've done everything that's been asked from me. I'm not gonna go and hang myself to an agreement that really is not reflecting what the city really needs. It's more so reflecting other thing and wordage that really not necessary. So I don't know what to say. I'm asking you guys to not abate my property, not to declare it a nuisance. I really don't feel it's a nuisance.
Madam Mayor, it has been
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions, comments, concerns from the council? Vice Mayor Flores?
I have no comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels?
Just a couple, was the original, so there was the first violation in 2019. And that was, Dawn, was that alteration of the creek?
Yes.
Okay. Has that been repaired? Do we have confirmation from the state that it's been repaired?
I recall, Bob, have you looked in, as the, I believe the original 2019 violation was repaired. There was the follow-up movement of dirt in the floodplain that, and Ann Hall can speak to this as well. She's on the call today.
I can help answer that question if you like. So the
Yeah.
2019 floodplain violation not affecting the creek was required to be returned to 2018 topographic contours. That was required to be verified, and that was required to be submitted. That verification was required to be submitted to the city, and that was never done. Fish and Wildlife, with respect to the violation that they observed in the creek at that time, was corrected. However, this violation, the 2022 violation, affected the creek in different ways and more extensively. And that has not been evaluated and is not connected to the previous violation. So we have either an ongoing violation from 2019 in the floodplain in general, and an additional violation which results from grading within that same area and spoils placed adjacent to the creek as a new component of this violation. So it's a little bit convoluted, but the 2019 and the 2022 violations are related, at least to the extent that the same areas are being graded within the overall floodplain.
Okay, I remember seeing the original plans for the building, and I remember vividly I believe it's 18 acres, 5 of it was developable. It was able to be developed, and there was a dotted line that said construction exclusionary zone here, and nothing past this dotted line can have any construction is what I assume by the map or the original plans. That area that was beyond the dotted line, was that the area that was disturbed or?
Yes.
Yes.
It was. Okay. So it said clearly on the plans that no construction could happen here. We keep talking about this development permit. It's kind of confusing me. If she's able to get a development permit, is this towards fixing the problem?
Yes, the development permit is required by the floodplain ordinance. It is the permit that's needed for work within the floodplain of this sort. Usually when someone does work without a permit, the remedy is get the permit and then go through the process necessary to acquire it, whatever's necessary. So, yeah, that's what's being asked here, is to remedy this violation by obtaining that permit and all that goes with it.
Okay. I'm looking at the permit for the second round of grading. 30,000 cubic yards, the prepare pad elevation for futures scratched out. And then there's a word warehouse written in with some initials. And then on the next page, it says, this is handwritten. It says raising property elevation, preparing also for building, bringing in dirt to raise property elevation. There's no initials on the reviewed by. So it kind of confuses me. On one, the prepare pad for pad elevation is crossed out on the front page, but then the second application for grading says raise property elevation, preparing also for building.
Yeah, yes, and if you'd like, what you're looking at there is review of information submitted surrounding the previous use permit, site design review permit for the warehouse, and site alterations that went with that. Currently, and at the time that this most recent grading occurred, there were no active use permits, no valid use permits in force, no grading permits in force, and no building permits in force on the site. And so you're looking at applications and entitlements that have expired, and we're not, building permits were not renewed because building codes have changed since the applications were approved and building permits submitted initially. And then these grading permits have a life and they've expired. So there are no relevant permits for 2022. There's only the residual violation that has never been verified as being corrected. And then we have this new violation in 2022. And so I think that the property owner is, I think she's correct in what she's saying, but these have no relevance to the violation that we're talking about today.
I just would like to know if I have a grading permit, what exactly does that particular grading permit allow me to do? Because I paid for it.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We won't be able to hear this on that.
Right.
Yeah, we didn't catch that on the record.
My question to my grading permit for number 74, it did not have anything to do with my actually building permit. I already had my building permit. The grading permit was more so for me to elevate my property. That's exactly what I wanted to do. The reason that the actual permit is initial is because when they gave me the permit, Minnie out from the city hall, she gave me the permit and I questioned it at the time. The application was not attached to it anymore. That was with the engineering who actually approved the permit. So you guys must have it, the actual application. That's a copy of it somewhere. And I was requesting to bring dirt in is what I requested. And I got a violation for bringing the dirt in because apparently I put it in the wrong area. And so then if I did put it on the wrong area, then what exactly did that permit allow me to do? That's what my question was at the time. And we did repair the violation, but that was obviously not completed for whatever reason.
Okay. I thought I heard you say you did not bring any earlier. You said you didn't bring any outside.
I did. The second time around that this violation that the violation that they gave me the second time around, they tried it. Well, Brian was insisting that we brought in more dirt, that we imported dirt. And I have said it over time again, I have not brought dirt in. I did not bring dirt in. What we did do, and I say it again, I did alter the embankment. I didn't think anything was wrong with it. My neighbor has it like that. It's been like that for 2 years. I have questioned the city about it, code enforcement officer. I've questioned the manager, and there's really no direction in what application I need to do something. So I thought it was legal.
Bob, if I have one quick question, can I continue? Is this appropriate to be able to continue this? I have another question.
If
and I
the
just want-
council
I just wanna
feels
make
that
sure.
this is productive, I'm not gonna object to it procedurally. I mean, if you think you have questions, I think it's appropriate before you. I mean,
I just didn't
declaring the
wanna-
property a nuisance is a
Violate any,
pretty significant step. So I think
Okay.
it's good to have
so,
your questions answered.
okay. So 2019, you altered the creek and you said you didn't know you couldn't do that.
Yeah, that was when I first
And you
bought
did
the
that.
property.
And so you learned that you weren't supposed to alter the creek by fishing game.
Yes, but in the same clarity on that.
Can I ask another question?
Oh, sure, go ahead.
But then in 2022, you went and did the same, you did it again. You altered the creek a second time, knowing full well you're not supposed to alter the creek.
Not
You know,
necessarily.
that's the city's watershed.
I understand, and I do respect the trying to protect the watershed. I did not know it was a violation to alter the embankment. When Kyle Summer came out, the warden Kyle Summer from California Department of Fish and Wildlife, he said that we cannot do anything in the creek. So that was my understanding. As long as I'm not in the creek, then I'm good to go. I did question, I repeat myself, I did question city manager and the city engineer, Julie, about why is it that my neighbor at Mission Farm Armory Park has altered that.
This isn't about your neighbor.
But I need.
Right now,
I
Matt,
wanted
please stop.
to-
This isn't about your neighbor. We're talking about your,
Oh, yeah, I
I'd like to
understand.
get clarification.
I just.
I don't want rocks thrown at neighbors,
Understand.
because then we can talk about the neighbors that you disrupted on your side. So,
I understand.
did
What I'm
this.
trying to ask is about in regards to permitting. I did request a permit and
Okay.
what application I need to fill out. That was not even given to me. And Jolie just said, well, mind your own business.
So you remember your original plans that you brought before the planning commission for your building,
Yes, I do.
and you remember the map, the site
Yes.
map? Do you remember the dotted line where it said no construction beyond this point?
Yes,
That's
my,
on it.
my
Okay.
understanding of the dot not being able to construct on the opposite side of that was because we didn't have the appropriate impactation requirements or even study for that part of the property to be able to build. My understanding for that was that I can't build a building, not that I can't move or do anything on that property because my whole trucking business is on that side. And my water well is on that side, everything's on that side. So that was not my understanding that I can't move dirt, I can't do nothing.
So nobody told you that that was a riparian area or a floodplain,
No, well, my whole property is pretty much a floodplain.
but we're talking about the specific property beyond that dotted line.
Yes,
Nobody,
it's not, I'm not supposed to construct. I was not constructing.
but your engineer or anybody you worked with, at no point in time did they say, you can't do this on this side because it's a floodplain.
I'm due what exactly? Are you saying?
Do any kind of damage or alteration to this?
I was
floodplain?
told that I cannot construct.
Okay.
Construction in my description is building a building. I am not building a building on that side. I mean, moving dirt, we dissed the property multiple times. That property has been harvested multiple times by Coke Farms before I purchased the property. Dirt has been moved continuously. It's in a floodplain. It has wetlands. It has a fault zone. I understand all of that and I respect that. But at the same token, what exactly are the requirements? If we can disc, then what is the difference in disking and pushing dirt around here and there? It's not a big difference. I didn't really, if you look at what I have here, the topographic study that was just done recently, about 5 days ago, there's not much of a difference. It's inches within the floodplain. I don't feel it impacts absolutely anybody.
Okay.
I do feel that the embankment was altered. I understand that. My understanding for the creek was don't go inside the creek, and I did not. So I don't believe I altered the hydraulic passage of water. 5 years that I've been on that property, I have not seen any water flow through that channel. I have seen water flow through the back end of my property, down the road of Mission Vineyard, down into my neighbor's property, I believe it's the Ramers, and then into my property. I've never seen any water go through that channel of the creek. And I do respect whatever they want me to do.
I think you're getting a little
Yeah,
far
I
afield.
think you answered my question. Thank you. I don't have any further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry. Councilmember Freeman.
This is a lot of information.
We are not catching anything on the record.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't push the button.
It's okay. Thank you.
This is confusing. It's a lot of information to digest in a very short period of time. I'd like to ask the applicant, you can come back up and we can have a friendly conversation. What's the big goal here? What do you want to do with your property?
Well, I would love to develop it.
Kind of, I guess my next question is how?
How? Well, we were working first on the warehouse. COVID came in, total burned us out with money and funding. We got a developer that came on, or an investor that came on board that was going to do cannabis. He got sort of swayed away because he just felt there was really no direction and there was just nothing but money being spent and nothing being really cleared what the city really wanted. There was a site plan asked of us, a full site plan. We submitted that. It seemed like it was too much to endure for the city. It was asked to be reduced. We tried doing that and he just decided to walk away. Right now, we're actually working on a building with 6 shops, an industrial building, a 75 by 100. And hoping that we can do that if we don't sell the property beforehand. We do have it on the market right now.
So the shop could be like for mechanics or machine
Yes.
shops or something like that?
Yes.
Would that require jacking your property up? Would that building require it to be raised, I guess?
Well, actually, on this time around, since I've had so many other issues, I've decided just to try to structure that building out of the floodplain. We do have a small partial at the very corner. I believe it's the southeast corner. And that's out of the floodplain, and that's where we're designing it to be placed.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Brian or Bob, help me for understanding, please. Issuing a permit outlining everything that needed to be done or remedied versus the nuisance that outlines and discusses everything that needs to be remediated. Both of them are asking the same thing.
Well, everything that needs to be done to remediate is essentially contained in the notice to abate. All the various conditions on the property that are in violation of the municipal code, which are cited there, each one has a corrective action.
Okay.
Together with it. So those are the actions that are required to abate the violations.
Okay.
And there are a couple of other violations here that we didn't touch on that have to do with uses on the property, but they're in the staff report.
Okay, so the nuisance to abate would be constructive.
Yes, it lays out the path to correct the violations. That has been apparently a bone of contention along the way for a long time, but this in a sense lays out the violations and what needs to be done today to remedy them.
Okay, which is exactly what Ms. Orozco is asking, correct?
Yeah.
That's true.
Yes, and in addition, what's required to abate is referenced in the declaration on, let's see, item F, corrective actions, submit a development permit application.
Right.
And so that as city attorney indicated, it, along with all the other information that goes with that, is the path to correct this violation. And, we don't have that. And, I think what's happening here is that we get close to having the information that we need to understand the nature of the violation and then to proceed to remedy, but we don't ever get there. I think that what's happening here is that the declaration, public nuisance declaration, is a response to that situation where we say what we think will remedy the situation, provide a path, but then we are not able, due to the property owner's reluctance, to go to the next step, to get there.
Okay, and we have taken into account U.S. Fish and Wildlife, California Department of Fish and Game, Army Corps of Engineers, our own codes, and CEQA. Everybody has spoken and has, there's concurrence that this nuisance to abate will abate.
Well, that's a very big question. And so just the long and short is that Army Corps of Engineers provided a preliminary jurisdictional determination regarding wetlands, which is what we would require as one element of a new application for development permit. We would require the Army Corps to refresh their preliminary jurisdictional determination regarding wetlands as a piece of the development permit application. So in the previous preliminary jurisdictional determination that property owner obtained for her previous development project, the Army Corps recognized that there's navigable waters on the site and warned the applicant that she needed a preliminary jurisdictional determination before approaching that area with any kind of grading activity or site alteration. And so there's been a lot of warning and a lot of advice to the property owner regarding the appropriate way to proceed. And that hasn't been accomplished. And so what we're going to be asking for is for the Army Corps to weigh in again. We're going to ask for the report from California Department of Fish and Wildlife, as I said before, in the context of our CEQA review. And the city, in accordance with CEQA guidelines, has assumed lead agency status for this violation. And that means that the other agencies that are involved here are going to wait for the city's CEQA determination, and they're going to operate within that context to provide requirements for the property owner to achieve through what's called as responsible agencies, not lead agencies. So the city is in charge of what happens on the site from a regulatory standpoint with respect to process. So that needs to be understood, and that process we have not been allowed to begin that process because we haven't had cooperation from property owners.
Yes, hang on 1 second though, please. I lost my train of thought.
So yes, all those agencies are involved and will continue to be involved.
And an inspector to ensure that all of this is being done? Is that part of this? Our new engineering firm?
Yes. The city engineer will be involved because by our ordinance, the city engineer is responsible for advising the floodplain manager, who is the city manager, regarding appropriate actions to take and determinations that have to be made within the context of that development permit. So city engineer is essential here.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, go ahead. Can you please come up to the podium? Thank you.
to respond to that of the agencies, federal agencies and state agencies. US Army Corps of Engineers has been out again. And I mean, they've already told us they need to be able to get a rainy season to come in where vegetation comes out and they're able to determine if it's wetlands or what is the extent of the wetlands. It does say may be jurisdictional. It doesn't say it is. So, I mean, that's the letter that you guys have on hand as well. Fish and Wildlife have been out. If they feel that it's something that needs to be remedied immediately, I'm assuming that they would have already notified me. I'm willing to do whatever they want. I've been in communication with them by email many times with James Ketch, the environmentalist that came out in June. They're just backtracking their work, and they said that, you know, it's taken a while for them to get approval of their study to be able to come with some kind of remediation of the issue if it's even needed. And this is what I've told Brian a couple of times already, is that they have jurisdiction. They already told us they did what they did. They were seeing that they want us to do something. They're going to tell me what they need. I'm willing to do whatever they want me to do. That's fine. But I do need to know what exactly that is, and they don't have that information yet. The study that we did with Schaff and Willer, which was conducted through the city, it's already been done. It wasn't completed to what they wanted it to be, but that was the misunderstanding between Schaff and Willer and the city. When they went out to do the study, I was there when they flew the drone, and I did question Nidal about it. I told Nidal, hey, they're not doing the creek, and the creek was a main concern for Brian. He said, oh, don't worry about it. They're doing it all. When the study came back to the city from Schaff and Willer in draft form, the creek was not done. So now the city came back, well, Brian, and he's all like, oh, well, we need to do an additional study. I'm all like, okay, well, then that sounds a little weird, because I was there and I accepted to do the study that was going to be the full scope. I accepted that to pay for it and all. And I mean, why don't you give me the first study so I can know what to do, and we can start remediation in the floodplain, because that's what they covered. And while you guys do the other study, but they didn't want to do that either. They said that I need to sign the reimbursement agreement. I told them, if you give me the amount that needs to be paid, I will pay it up front. They don't want to do that. They said that they need to make sure that there's a recent reimbursable agreement, because I owe a great amount of money to the city. I don't believe I own anything. I actually already paid $57,000 to the city, which most of it, they didn't even have any accountability. I actually had to email all my receipts of everything I paid for building permits, for application, for city, for talking to David Back. I had to give a $2,000 deposit. I've given quite a bit of money.
I think we're far beyond the jurisdiction of the other agencies, which I think was the original question. So I think we've gone beyond that.
Okay,
at this
well,
point. So that, I think we should just proceed from there.
well, with the city, with the study, this is what they're wanting to do with
Yeah.
the study, and study is linked to what needs to be reimbursed, and it's hard to do both of them. That's all. I'm trying to say.
And the communication from the other agencies is, as Brian did say, they're looking to the city as the lead agency.
That was not my understanding. Fish and Wildlife did tell me in email that that's not the case, but that's what she said.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, concerns? Did you have? I was just about to ask that. Thank you very much. Norma, do we have anybody on Zoom?
Yes, we do. Thank you, Mayor. We do have a couple of hands raised in Zoom. Thank you very much for waiting. I will be bringing you in one at a time. Once you are brought in, unmute yourself and your 3-minute timer will start. For those that have not raised your hand yet, this is the time to raise your hand if you'd like to speak on this matter. Use the raise hand button at the bottom of the screen for those that have dialed in and joined us just recently. Press *9. And for those that have dialed in, to unmute yourself, press *6. I am bringing in Matt Kelly. Matt, once you come in, unmute yourself and your 3-minute timer will start.
Hi,
Thank
Matt,
you.
welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. As Maria pointed out, I was hired by her to do a topographic survey of the property. I'm hoping to add some clarity with respect to the condition of the property now and how it compares to the 2018. And also, hopefully I can add some clarity to remediation. I surveyed the property on the ground, not with a drone, both in the creek and inside the floodplain and outside the floodplain. The exhibit that Maria shows that the difference between the condition of the property now within the floodplain area and what it was in 2018 is negligible. The only difference today is the soils that were deposited against the bank of the creek. She's willing to clear that up. I have extensive violation abatement. I've been working on no less than 8 projects over the last 10 years. In each case, professionals were hired directly by the owner. Peer reviews were never required, and abatement work was completed by the owner's own forces, including inspections. I disagree with the approach the city is taking to resolve the violations. The owner should be free to hire the professional consultants of her choice without having to pay for peer review. Just want to add that some violations are abated quickly and some do take years. It's not unusual for an abatement to take multiple years to get resolved. The agencies I've worked with in the past are the County of Santa Clara, County of San Benito, Regional Water Quality Control Board, the Department of Fish and Wildlife, Army Corps of Engineers. I've worked on floodplain alterations, illegal cannabis growth, grading violations, building violations, and stream alterations. And again,
You have 45 seconds.
thank you. Again, in every case, professionals were hired directly by the owner. Abatement work was completed by the owner's own forces, including inspection. And so I humbly request that you consider not pursuing the action that before you tonight.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I am bringing in someone who's dialed in. Once you unmute yourself, please state your name and your 3-minute timer will start.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, this is Ann Hall with San Benito Engineering. As Cynthia mentioned, we've been working with her on and off since 2017 when she purchased this property. And we did do the original survey immediately after she purchased the property, which has come in handy. It's a baseline for the condition of the property at that time, which we have supplied to the city as part of their investigation into potential grading violations. There is a lot of history. It's complicated. I only have 3 minutes, so I'm just going to speak to 2 most recent issues that are covered under this staff report by the city. In June, there was a meeting with myself, I believe the city attorney, the city engineer, Ryan Faust, regarding how to address the violation. At the time, the city said they were not comfortable with Cynthia hiring anyone herself. They were going to hire the consultant directly. It was Shop and Wheeler. Cynthia agreed to pay for it. I believe that was about $18,000. And upon the results of that work, we would be given direction as to what they wanted mediated, and we could go forward. But they took in June possession, I guess you want to call it, of determining the course of remediation. That study was done, as Cynthia said. Orozco, she was on site for that. We expected to have that information in August so that we could prepare plans to repair this before the rainy season. However, in August, we were informed that there needed to be an additional study. I think Cynthia already covered this. The additional study would be about another $20,000. And until this additional work was agreed to, the city wasn't going to provide the results of the first portion of the work. The staff report says the study is presently suspended, but I'm not sure that's really an accurate description of what happened. I think there was a communication issue between the city's engineer and the city's consultant, And the result was only part of the study was done, and now the other part of the study needs to be done. So that
You have
didn't quite
45
go as
seconds, Ann.
in the meeting on October 3rd, we were told we were required to submit a development agreement, development permit application by October 13th. And that was the first I heard of it. And I informed them if I had to do it in 10 days, it was gonna be incomplete. There's no way around that. We submitted it to comply with their deadline, but it's clearly incomplete. I don't argue with that. There was no possible way to do that within 10 days. I just think there has been less than clear direction, and I'm not sure that my client can comply with. I'm not sure how to comply, even recommend to her to comply with the direction we've received to this point.
Your time is up, Ann.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
At this time, Mayor, we have no other hands raised.
Thank you. Questions, comments, concerns from the chambers? Thank you. So a permit, Brian, a permit application was submitted on October 13th
Yes.
and it was
submitted.
incomplete?
Yes, and it was determined to be incomplete. That's the official status of the application.
And what was that permit for?
That permit was for a development permit that's required in the floodplain ordinance, which, as I described before, is the path to remediation for this violation. It would have been required before any grading was conducted, and so the remedy is the permit. And so that permit application was submitted, but it just doesn't have the information necessary for the floodplain manager and the city engineer to evaluate what's been done out there. So there's no choice but to deem it incomplete. And I agree with the statement that that application has a lot of pieces that are required. If you look at the findings that are necessary, the determinations that need to be made there, they're all about protection of the environment.
Attorney Matthew.
I was just going to say the development permit is clearly spelled out as the vehicle in 12.1.300 of the floodplain ordinance. Development permit shall be obtained before any grading, filling, construction, other development begins with any area of special floodplain hazard as established by that chapter. Application for the development permit shall be made on forms furnished by the floodplain administrator, etc. So the development permit is the vehicle to address the violation. That's where, and it's a discretionary permit, so that's where the various remedies need to be included, and that's what I think the notice to abate does. It requires a development permit in F to complete the application for the development permit, and then each one of these corrective actions, A, B through H, address various aspects of that development permit. So I mean, it fairly clearly sets out what needs to be done.
And I'd like to just add to, we heard comments from Mr. Kelly indicating that in other jurisdictions and places that he's been, and maybe rightfully so, I don't know, I can't evaluate that third-party review hasn't been required. The problem that we have is that we're not capable of providing the kind of independent judgment that CEQA requires for establishing an environmental status, making an environmental determination. And that's required by state law. We have to exercise our independent judgment. If we can't do that because we don't have the expertise on staff, we have to hire someone to evaluate what's been submitted. And so that's the origin of the third-party review. It's not spelled out in the code that we have to have it, but it is implied in state law that we have to exercise that judgment. And we have to actually, the city decision makers for these development permits actually have to certify that this is our independent judgment. So we really don't have a choice. Either we do it at the applicant's expense, or the applicant does it and we subject that to a third-party review. Now, we have just hired a new city engineer. They have a deep bench. They have a lot of expertise in many different areas. It's possible that our city engineer may be able to provide that important independent review that we're looking for without having a third-party review. But that said, those services will have to be paid for as well. So that's on the applicant.
Absolutely understood. One moment, please. So I apologize for asking the same question over and over again, I think. So the development permit allows, it would have to call out everything that the nuisance called out. And the city would be allowing the applicant to do all of the remediation without any oversight.
I wouldn't describe it that way. No. There are determinations that have to be made via that development permit. There are findings, there are determinations, and there are certifications that are required for the end result. And so that's all subject to city engineer oversight together with the floodplain manager. So no, we would be conducting inspections. We would prepare to the certification that's necessary. The applicant would submit the necessary information that allows the findings to be made that are required by the ordinance. And so there would be part of that development permit would be, and then there's the subject, since it's a discretionary permit, there would be monitoring and reporting that's required as a bylaw, as an exercise for mitigation monitoring that comes out of that permit. So no, there'd be plenty of oversight.
Okay. As there would with the nuisance abatement.
Correct.
Thank you. Go ahead, final comment.
So with that development permit application that is incomplete, again, we need the Schaffenwiller study to be able to complete that so that application can be conducted. They don't want to give it to us. We can't do nothing about that. If they want me to pay the fee, give me the invoice, I'll pay. This is not, there's just no clarity. Give me what I need so I can get what you need. I can't do it if I'm not given the invoice,
Right.
I'm not given the information.
Understood. So the nuisance to abate gives, again, would give all of that information.
It would. It sets up a parallel enforcement track. It doesn't preclude the applicant from solving her problem herself. That it isn't like it draws a line and says, you cannot do this. It's just a step on the way to allowing the city to do it itself, if that's what has to be done in order to remedy the violation.
Okay, then the nuisance to abate is issued, and when abatement is all taken care of, a development permit can be.
The city would have to get a development permit itself, I would expect, in order to.
Yeah.
Yeah, we would step into the shoes of the
Right.
property owner in a sense, as far as the violation goes. On the property, the city would have to get follow the same route that the applicant is being essentially put on notice by the notice to abate that would follow the declaration of nuisance. After this, there would be a 15-day notice. This notice would be posted and served on the applicant, would be on the property, and then there'd be 15 days before a hearing could be held. And we talk about this all over again. It's a fairly lengthy process, but it's one that I think after over 2 years is probably not unreasonable at this point.
Okay, so, sorry, the development, the nuisance abatement would take care of, so that's just remediation to bring the property back to the way it was before. This has nothing to do with actual development. It's
No,
the,
correct.
it's the thank you.
This is
I'm getting,
Yeah.
okay, thank you for that. Thank you.
Yes.
Understood now.
I got one now too. So the study she's speaking of, it's finished? It's done but I don't remember the name of the company.
So, Jeff, where
Yeah,
Brian
the Schaff-
just-
Yeah,
Is
the
this-
Schaffenwheeler study is partially complete. They've done a drone survey of the floodplain area generally, but not an evaluation of the impact of the fill on the creek. And so they need to characterize the creek profile and then compare that with what's there to determine the extent of the fill that's been placed there. And then we know, and maybe Mr. Kelly's correct, that negligible effect on the overall floodplain, but then we'll know the significance of the effect or the extent of the effect of this grading on the creek itself. And that will be then used to inform, the cultural biological resource information that we need for the environmental review.
Okay, when are they going to do that? When
Well-
are they gonna finish the report?
Well, we would be happy to, we cannot proceed, I think as the city attorney summarized just a little while ago. We can't proceed to complete that study without compensation, the applicant's responsibility to pay these costs, without submission give us the amount that we need to complete the study, or complete the study from scratch. Mr. Kelly's already done half of it, it sounds like, and submit that to us for third-party review. So there are two choices. We either complete the study, as I said before, and we need a reimbursement agreement for that purpose. And then we'll complete the study and then we'll be done. We'll know what it is that's out there, and then we'll be able to go to work to devise a remediation strategy and do the development permit accordingly.
Bob, are we going to need a completed study in order to do this nuisance permit? Because in the nuisance permit, it spells out everything needs to be
Yes,
fixed.
if we were to abate the nuisance ourselves, we would have to complete the study. Yes.
Right.
At the
Yes.
cost. And at this point, the cost of the study that the city has incurred so far to date is part of what we believe to be the total amount that the city has invested in investigating and determining the nature of this violation. And we've had no agreement from the owner to pay for that study.
Haven't received an invoice, Bob, for that study.
I don't think it would be in our interest to piecemeal the costs that we have in.
It was not piecemeal. We have
So-
Schaffenwheeler.
Thank you very much.
I got,
The Schaffenwheeler proposal has the amount.
I
on
don't
it.
think we're serving ourselves here in any sort of a back and forth. So
No,
think this is
but
the
I-
time
I-
for
The
council
invoice, I
questions.
pay it.
I-
I've already said I
I've
would
got
agree to pay
please,
it. I don't
please,
have an invoice.
please,
Mr. Roscoe?
please, I'm trying to make a 10-15 decision. So one way or another, the study's gotta be finished. That's the bottom line.
Correct.
Okay, that's,
And if I could add to that, council member, the question of who will pay for it. One of the benefits, as we saw with Costa Rosa, we had a nuisance. We declared it a nuisance. 15 days later, it was declared, then we went out and spent 20 grand or whatever to take care of that balcony. When the property was sold, we were reimbursed. Because after declaring it a nuisance, we were able to attach the cost to the title. So what I see happening here is a 30-day clock saying, you got 30 days, or this invoice, this reimbursement agreement is now attached to the title. And if she sells the property, then we get reimbursed. We're guaranteed some insurance. Right now, we're in the blank check.
That's okay. That's
Thank
kind of
you.
in a roundabout way where I'm
Seriously, yeah.
In case of nuisance, it attaches as a special assessment to the tax rolls.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
that's, yeah. I've got,
Okay. Are we all good with? Do you have any more questions? I'm
I've got
a bazillion
another 50.
Yeah.
Um,
at 10:15.
and
Thank you.
I'm looking at, this is what's been given to us and the public hasn't had a chance to see this.
Right.
So. It's.
And
it's
I
a
don't
lot
believe
to
staff
digest.
has seen that either.
Yeah, so that's my concern.
Yeah, was a copy delivered to staff? I don't believe so. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's, yeah, that's all I have for now.
How does this help staff?
Staff produced a lot of that. Frankly, it's really well organized. I can say that's helpful.
It is. Thank you. Would reading through that give you any more information to say yes nuisance, no nuisance? I'm asking all of it. Sorry, Brian, hang on. Sorry, I'm asking the council if,
Yes, it would, but it's so much information. This is a couple of days' work, frankly,
We can't hear.
It's a couple of days' work, frankly. If we were to wade through all of it, and I'm willing to do it. It's just dragging on and on and on, and it's been my experience in life. If things are going badly, sometimes you just make a decision and move on, and it's the best for everybody.
Vice Mayor Flores, do you have anything else?
I do not.
Thank you very much. What? Oh, he didn't even see it. Sorry, yeah, this was I don't, yeah, it was a packet that was, I don't know if you can see this, a packet that was put on the dais in front of everyone, and it's several inches thick. And has to do with letters from regulators and invoices and exhibits.
We have lost sound in the
Sorry,
chamber.
can you please step up to the microphone?
I have been willing to do the Schaff and Willer study from the very beginning on my own. I have said that repeatedly. Brian said he wanted full control. He had full control. In reality, you guys already have the nuisance already there because you guys have had full control. But it just hasn't been resolved because there was some kind of mistake when they did the study. It's out of my control. I'm not the one that contracted Schaff and Willer. Had I did, I would have already paid for it. I would have already had the study, and we probably already have the development permit already too. I can't do nothing. My hands are tied. I tried doing the study. They said they didn't want me to.
Thank you. What's going on with your cameras? Okay. Well, it's time for us to make a decision. One, to postpone this to a special meeting so that everybody can have the opportunity to read this huge document, or two, adopt a resolution of the city council of the city of San Juan Bautista declaring a public nuisance to exist on the parcel commonly known as 451 San Juan Hollister Road, and two, declaring the city manager to post, publish, and mail notice of hearing to consider abatement of said public nuisance.
And if I may, Mayor,
Go ahead.
Bob, if I'm understanding, reading this right, if they pass the motion to adopt this resolution, this is going to a public hearing for a full public hearing process to be heard, all material to be considered. Right now, it's just declaring the nuisance and setting the notice to public hearing. Am I understanding this correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah, the notice would be published and posted and served, and then a public hearing would be held.
So the decision isn't tonight of the abatement. It's setting the, or not really setting the hearing, but doing the notice of hearing.
That's a good summary.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I want to make sure I get my minutes right.
Before we go much further, I would like to ask that the city provide Ms. Orozco with the Schaffenweiler report as it is now. I can't say that we need to order another one or the additional one or the extra one or whatever it is. I know that there's some more information we need, but I do think in the interest of fairness, she needs to have that. Whether it's been paid for or not, because if we abate her, it'll eventually be paid.
Has that portion been, the first portion been paid for?
No.
Nothing has.
No part has been paid for. By anyone other than the city.
Correct. So providing a document that's not paid for.
Well, you know, it's her property, it's important. We need to be fair to both sides. To use a legal analogy, this would be like discovery, and the prosecution is required by law to turn everything over to the defendant if they have.
That's in a criminal matter.
Yeah, I said that.
Well, if we hand over what we have and with an invoice and then get paid, then why can't she have what we have? Is that possible?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say that there is the matter of unpaid fees that extend back several months. And I know Ms. Orozco has disputed some of those, but a lot of them aren't in dispute. And those are, we are, providing some review of those as we promised. We're not disputing whether there may be some of those that don't need to be on the register, accounts register to be paid. So we are looking at those. But those receipts go back months and months, and they amount to, over $30,000. And so to provide the applicant a study that the city has paid for already, have paid for, without any guarantee that that invoice will be paid on top of receipts already owed is something that we haven't been willing to do.
How much are total fees? The Schaffenweiler study, the partial Schaffenweiler study, and all other fees owed. What's the total on that?
I think the total of all other fees is about 36,000, as I recall, and that, again, we're reviewing that. And I think that review was just completed yesterday. And we've been working on it since Ms. Orozco requested that we work on it. So then the Schaffenweiler study, the total cost is, I think, 27,000, half of which has been expended. I think there's about maybe $11,000 remaining to be accomplished. $11,000 worth of work left to be accomplished.
$11,000 on the bank?
I think so. I'd have to look at the I'd have to look at the scope of work again to see what that amount is.
So,
But there is an amount there that's roughly half. Half the work has been done without any reimbursement agreement. And then, we were in the context where we were working on the Schaffenwheeler study, there was an agreement that we had, were contemplating with Ms. Orozco's attorney. And so we had every expectation that that agreement would be executed. But when that was completed, that would have guaranteed coverage of the full cost, then that agreement was withdrawn by Ms. Orozco. So we, at every point where we have the opportunity to recover costs, our ability to do that has been short-circuited. So, and that's the context for submitting an invoice for work that the city has authorized with the expectation pursuant to a draft agreement that we would be covered by that. And so it would be an issue of fairness if the applicant had paid for that and then we weren't giving it to her because it wasn't complete, which is just really not the case at all.
Right, understood. Thank you. So Councilmember Freeman, what passing on this document, the partial document, what does that do? What does that do? What do you anticipate it doing if all fees were paid? I mean,
well,
I understand what you're saying.
I don't exactly know because I haven't seen the document. But what I do know is we have had some issues in the city, not even related to her, with our city and our former city engineer. And Mr. Kelly said that there was possibly some communication, or was it Mrs. Hall? I can't remember which. It's a long night.
Uh-huh.
And so I'm trying to kind of backdoor rectify that issue.
Yep, I get it.
And if we abate, we're gonna get that money anyway. It might take a little bit longer, but I'm not that paranoid about not getting the money as long as we're on top of it. And especially if these new engineers do their job. I think part of this huge misunderstanding is maybe the engineers weren't quite as, I don't want to say that.
Yeah, right. So if the city handed over this document, what does that accomplish though?
Sure know what's what.
Right. So I understand. I totally get what you're saying, sort of. And that's why I'm asking this question. Would handing the nuisance still has to be abated? So providing a document in full with the nuisance abatement, or when fees will be recovered, or giving a partial document now for to be current on fees, but there's still no abatement. I mean, she gets a document, and sorry, Ms. Orozco gets a document either way, right? I mean, eventually we'll be sharing all documents and all fees will be paid at some point. I just don't understand.
Well,
Help me better understand.
part of it, I've said it over several times, fairness. And if there is a perceived unfairness, we're vulnerable to a legal attack or a legal lawsuit. I'll just put that.
We're not hearing anything again.
Yeah, and I would caution the council on that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I understand that. Yes, you have stated that several times. So that's what we're trying to decide right here on how to accomplish that. How to make sure that environmental issues will be rectified, and there's serious environmental issues. That work has been performed on a property without any permits, without any oversight. So right now it is the council's decision whether to actually put a notice of an abatement on to ensure that the property is brought back to its original form, that all environmental issues are taken care of and rectified, and that if you choose to proceed to go forward on any kind of building, whether it be whatever you suggested before, then that's a whole nother issue. But we as a council right now are trying to decide how to help you to move forward to correct the errors that have occurred. And part of that is this huge document that you presented to us. Another part of it is listening to our city council and staff who have worked tirelessly on trying to come to a decision on how to help you help us. So we have heard from you. Thank you.
They released the contract with Chapman Miller. I would deal with them directly. This is what I suggested.
Madam Mayor, we're not
I-
catching anything for the
Right,
record right now.
yes, Mr. Roscoe continues to speak from her seat instead of
Oh,
coming up to
okay.
the podium. And that's not the issue, sort of. The issue is, I mean, we all understand that you need this document. You will get the document. You will eventually get the document, whether you pay for it right this very second with a $50,000 check. I don't know how much it is. Or we discuss this again ad nausea if and when we decide to proceed with the notice of abatement. Then you have 15 days to stand in front of us again and go through this whole thing again. My understanding of the abatement is that if at some point, and you said the property is up for sale, if at some point you decide to sell, this goes with that.
Yes.
With that. And so does all of the abatement.
Nobody
So
wants to purchase a property. with
absolutely, and I
So
totally get
that's
that.
You're gonna make
Yep.
everything.
Yeah, so we need it abated before you sell then.
And that's what I'm willing to do. Like I said, if you guys would release Schaff and Willer, I would pay them.
Thank you very
directly to
much.
do that job for me, and we can resolve this problem immediately. Hasn't been the
Thank you.
case.
And in potentially 15 days, it will be remediated immediately. Correct? Bob, Attorney Rathy?
No, the 15 days is we're required to give 15 days notice to the property owner before we can hold the hearing. That's the
Right,
15
okay.
days.
I would like to request a private meeting where we can probably go through the documents that we have and try to clarify what I actually own. Because this has been the situation with the reimbursement agreement that I possibly don't own anything to the city anymore.
Thank you very much.
That would have to
It
take
is
place.
time for the council to make a decision. To adopt a resolution of the city council of the city of San Juan Bautista, one, declaring a public nuisance to exist on the parcel commonly known as 451 San Juan Hollister Road. And two, directing the city manager to post, publish, and mail notice of hearing to consider abatement of said public nuisance. So we either make a motion on this or it dies on the floor and we bring it up again at another meeting and go through the same thing to prolong some agony or another.
Correct. Well put.
Thank you. Do I have a motion? Again, if this dies on the floor, we get to do this all over again in a special meeting.
Well, if that's the direction of the council, I mean, council
Right.
could direct us to do whatever.
What's everybody's feelings on this? I know we don't want to be bad guys. And we are trying to work for you while maintaining the integrity of our city.
I move that we share the Schaffner Wheeler document and come back at a later date.
We're not capturing Councilmember Freeman's
You
comments.
need to
Sorry.
speak into the
Into the
microphone.
mic. Yes, please.
Okay. I move that we share the Schaffner Wheeler document with the applicant,
At what cost to the applicant?
at the cost of the engineering study itself.
Can we?
I don't actually know that, sorry.
I don't think.
Now
we
that
can
you
do
said that, I'm not sure that we can do that because that's not,
It's not agenda.
yeah, it's not agendized.
Here's, I just have a concern. I mean, a bunch of stuff. And if we move forward with this, that gives me 15 days to read through this stuff or clarify some stuff. Not that I don't trust staff, but I mean, it's, you'll do diligence, right? Because I'm looking at a grading permit right here. So I need to find out. Is it legit? or
Right,
not,
all the
or-
subsequent information associated with it.
That's the curveball.
15 days from now would be a special meeting. I would assume it would be the next council meeting 30 days from now.
Yeah,
That I can
certainly do that.
swallow.
Yeah.
Well, I'd like to do it at a meeting where this is the only subject, so all this other stuff. Concentrate on
Still can't hear you, John.
We can't hear.
Like to do a special meeting with this as the only subject. So we don't go on till 11.
That means we let it die and then pick a special meeting.
Yep.
Okay.
Is that the motion?
Not a motion, but
It would be direction
Right.
to bring it back.
Mm-hmm. Bless your bones.
And I
Oh, excuse me. I thought I was muted. Thank you.
think that would be appropriate under the agenda title. So. Is there a second to that motion?
Was mine the motion?
I don't think we have a formal motion yet. Yeah, we have
John said
different,
special meeting, which just gives me the EBGBs, but I understand.
but absolutely correct. We still haven't gotten to discussion items, which we pushed back from last month
Yeah, well,
and lost our audience
And I
again.
have
We
to
can
push
discuss
them again.
on it. So the motion would be to let this fall to the floor and bring it back as a sole discussion item at a special meeting. So that the council has an opportunity to go through the 3-inch document, that it is made public. Because the public does not have this document yet. Staff does not have this document yet. And it would be up to the council then to get concurrence from staff and property owner.
yeah, because staff could dispute 2/3 of that if they just had
Absolutely, absolutely.
documentation of contrary.
well, we can run it through a scanner. If I was staff, I wouldn't want that. I'd rather have it in PDF. That's
So it is, Vice Mayor Flores, go ahead.
I have a question. Is there a list of the specific things that the property owner has to do
Yes,
without getting into?
that would be all listed
Because
under
if she has that list already,
the
the
nuisance
abatement?
abatement order will give that list. The notice of abatement will provide the property owner that list.
when we provide the property owner that list before this thing happens? Without having the abatement?
It's in the agenda packet. She can read it there.
Again, I was provided that, but.
Those are
I
all
don't-
specific things that,
I don't have any control of the study. The study is done by the city. City has all the information for me to go and comply.
Mayor,
what they're
Yes.
asking.
again, the kind of point of order here, this isn't the time to debate. The question is, do we have a list? And I believe that is on page 156 of the packet. It's notice of abate nuisance.
Okay.
I heard a council member, I apologize, I did not catch which one that did say that that was in the packet. So for specific clarification to that answer, or to that question, page 156.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yes,
And
the list is provided on page 156.
Okay.
The property owner has that list. It has been made available to her.
okay.
Was there a follow-up to that question?
Well, that list-
Cesar, I'm
Mm.
speaking to the Vice Mayor.
No,
It's
No.
not the- It's not the time for debate.
I'm sorry, Cesar, one more
no,
time.
that's all I wanted to know. If
She has the list, yes.
no, okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Thank you very much.
The list to
Is there a motion to adopt
In
a
short, it would be
resolution or a motion to
postpone.
postpone and bring it to a special meeting?
I move we postpone and bring to a special meeting.
I will second that.
Thank you. I have a motion to postpone the abatement for discussion at a special meeting.
Date uncertain.
Date
Yes,
uncertain.
at this point, yes.
Oh, okay, thank you.
May I have a roll call, please?
Yes, sorry. Vice Mayor Flores,
Yes,
Councilmember Freeland,
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes,
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Yeah, motion passes unanimously.
We all have this packet now, both packets. We all have both of these packets.
Except Vice Mayor Flores does not.
Right, we'll get it out to Councilmember Edge, Vice Mayor Flores, and somehow get it to the public so that everybody can be present at the next meeting to discuss this. To decide whether we want to abate or not to abate.
The item would be exactly what tonight is. It's just postponing. So you would be
Correct.
bringing back the consideration to adopt the resolution declaring the nuisance,
Correct,
not consideration of abatement.
correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
That's clear.
Okay.
Thank you all very much for that. Prolonging the agony. Thank you. 5E, consider making appointment to the planning commission or decide whether to wait to take action. Don, is this yours or is this Brian's?
No, I'll take this one,
Okay.
because it's more related to the deputy city clerk that I hope to hire soon. So, we did have, one application, well, we had two applications that we discussed at our last meeting. And no decision was made at the last meeting, so we're simply bringing this back to the council's consideration. And then there was conversation in between the September meeting and the October meeting, whether or not we want to appoint someone whose term would expire in December 2022. So this particular position is filling Louise McShane's position, and the term would expire in December 2022. And I have not spoken directly to either candidate, but I know at least one would be willing to wait. So that's really up to the council. That's why it's posed as, do we want to wait and fill this after the election, or do we want to fill it tonight?
There's a second candidate for the plan.
There were two.
DeVries and Newkirk.
So we're just considering making the appointment, but we're not going to make the appointment.
The appointment would be for 2 months.
Yeah.
Or to
Not if
wait,
We don't make it tonight.
right, then there would just be a vacancy until the new council is formed and the new council will choose.
Well, what the agenda says, consider making appointment to the planning commission. It means, are we gonna consider making an appointment or decide whether to wait?
Correct.
But we're not making an appointment.
That's would be my interpretation of the agenda as
Which
well.
was in
It
the
does
last-
not,
That was in, within last one, so
yeah, it does not give you the option of which candidate to appoint.
no, it doesn't. So we're back to. At this point, we're gonna make an appointment next month and they're gonna be in for a month.
Well, that's why it's wait, or whether to wait to take action. And I'm guessing that's until the next council, and that's why these agendas need to be written a little more precise.
I'd like to make a motion to wait, take action after the new board.
We do have public comment requests.
Thank you very much. Go ahead. Sorry, do we have public comment?
We do. I just want to make sure we have the opportunity before making motion. If we're at that
Absolutely.
point.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And
Go
so,
ahead. We can bring her in
Okay,
or bring
thank you.
that number in.
And anyone else is in bringing this person in order to unmute yourself, please press *6 and your 3-minute timer will start. And in the meantime, anyone else that would like to speak on this matter, now is the time to raise your hand to be heard. And so you're brought in. If you unmute yourself, your 3-minute timer will start. Please state your name as well.
Yes, hi, this is Jackie Morris Lopez. Thank you.
Hey, Jackie, welcome.
Yes, hi, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say that I agree that you should postpone appointment for the vacant seat, as the one seat that you would be looking at an appointment is only for roughly about 60 days, 30 days, since that seat will be up for fulfillment in January again. And there are also possibility of some other vacancies. So I think a continuance would be in order. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comment?
We do not have any other hands raised at this time.
Thank you. Questions, comments, concerns? Questions, comments, concerns? Vice Mayor Flores, what was your?
I think
Sorry,
we should
wait, hang on 1 second, sorry. Public comment from the chambers. Thank you very much. Sorry, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
I think we should wait, have the new council in.
Thank you very much.
Appointing somebody for 2 months doesn't get anything accomplished.
Thank you. I have a motion to wait to take action by Vice Mayor Flores. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you very much. That was Councilmember Friels. May I have a roll call, please?
Vice Mayor Flores,
Yes.
Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
motion passes unanimously.
It is 10:50.
Yes. I move that we adjourn the meeting.
Second. I'll second.
Wait.
There
What?
It's fine. You're motioning to adjourn the meeting. You have every right to do that. Can you provide clarification on what you're doing with the remaining items on the agenda?
Yes.
Move them forward to the next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Point of order here,
Mhm.
6H. By the next time we meet, it's gonna be over. That won't be relevant.
Which one?
Oh, 6H.
Update for municipal election update?
Yes.
That's what it is. It-
City manager, can you please take up 6H?
Wait, we have a motion. We can't go.
Yes, we do have a motion on the floor.
Thank you for
To vote to
clarification.
that motion. That is absolutely right, Councilmember Freeman.
Voting's already started. All this other stuff is, any discussion is,
There was no vote yet.
oh, no, there is voting. I have already voted. Period. I'm talking about the state general election. Voting has started.
Oh.
Oh, that voting. I was with you, Mayor. I'm sorry, Councilmember Freeman. I thought you meant voting on the motion and I'm like, wait.
No, the general election.
Thank you. Somebody is not muted. I'm not sure where that's coming from.
It was feedback. I'm sorry, but
Sorry, Councilman Freeman, that
Okay.
was,
This is not even needed because voting's already started. It's too late. We can't do anything anyway. Write-ins, excellent. It's too late.
Oh, you mean
But Councilmember, as specified on the second page, those who wish to file and be a write-in must submit forms to San Benito County Elections Office no later than 14 days prior to election day. Yes, mail-in balloting has already begun, but this direction is specific to election day. That would be 2 weeks prior to November 8th. So the purpose of having the update is to just notify that folks that if they want to be a write-in candidate, they got to get their paperwork in within 14 days of November 8th. End of staff's report.
I'm sorry.
End of staff's report.
thank you very much. May I have a motion, an amended motion, to carry forward 6A through G?
So moved.
Thank you very much. Motion to carry discussion items A through G through to the next meeting in November.
and the motion was to adjourn. So by voting on this motion, you are also declaring adjournment.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Can we call roll? I
Yes.
second it if nobody else did.
I had Councilmember Friels and Councilmember Freeman as the
Freeman,
motion.
okay, perfect.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Flores,
Yes.
Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes,
motion passes unanimously.
thank you very much.
Please note for the recording, the adjournment, Mayor has declared by accepting the motion, the adjournment has occurred at 10:54 PM.
Thank you very much, Norma. Hugely appreciated. Thank you for everything.
Thanks, Nora.